5 minutes. 5 minutes. Hmm? Yes, it's 9:10 and we start. Welcome very much to the second full day of the 2016 Global Forum. I think we had a very good, fruitful and interesting day yesterday, and I also have the impression that we really are a very diverse but also a very interesting and very constructive group of people interested in these issues and having a lot of sharing and caring about it. So I feel very much that this first day gave us a lot of things to reflect on and to work on. And we will continue today. All of you, I hope, know the program, but I would like to give you a little overview how it will work today. It's a full day. We have now in the beginning, very much in the beginning first, we would like to get the takeaways of yesterday's workshops. So each workshop will briefly introduce what they have talked about. And this we are doing also because first, of course, not everybody has been at each workshop. That's not possible. So we know about different workshops discussions, but also that what has been said and what has been discussed at the workshop should come into our work on the common declaration, the San Sebastian Donostia Declaration of Modern Direct Democracy. And this is in fact in a way a document we have produced in each of the forums since 2008, and it's not you shouldn't see it like a final truth of something, but an idea how to summarize which issues have been discussed, where have we been, what has been the main findings. So it should give to the future and to others who haven't been here a little bit of the idea about this forum. And Joe will later this hour introduce that. Then we will have 3 panels, one before the coffee break, and afterwards in the afternoon 2 sessions of workshops. So it will be a very intense day with many different discussions, very different meetings, and it will not end with the workshops at 6:30. After that you are all very much welcome to come over to La Perla. It's the very nice restaurant here on the Concha on the coastline, where we have an evening reception and also a discussion about specific Swiss inputs and contributions to this discussion. So again, very much welcome to this second day of the Global Forum. And we start now with looking back to the workshops of yesterday. In the end of, before we will have the panel, there will also be opportunity if there is any other information to share, as we have done yesterday as well. Yes, we had yesterday afternoon 4 different workshops. One about called The Root of Donostia on Direct Democracy over the last 20 years. One about social movements turning into political power. One called the Direct Democracy Storytelling Workshop, and one bridging the 2 forums, 2015 to 2016, from Tunis to Donostia. So I would basically ask now Olaz, Fabio and Daniel.
My report was agreed to be done by
Yes?
By Daniela.
Yes, that's very good.
But she's not here.
That's not good, yeah. So
I wait a little bit. If she will arrive, then I can improvise.
yes, so if Daniela is not here, we take Daniel. That's good. So
We need Daniel on microphone.
oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, that's
Daniel,
okay. Okay,
Daniel.
we know. Okay, so yeah, we start with the first workshop and all. Yeah.
Sí. In our workshop, yesterday we were sharing the experience of 2 cities which have their own department for citizen engagement since the 1990s. So we have already had quite a long experience, a 20-year-long experience in this field. These 2 cities, San Sebastian and Vitoria, were sharing with us their participation or their engagement model based on 3 different key elements that Pindado referred to. First of all, the representative approach, the dialogical approach, and the direct approach. And one of the conclusions we came up with altogether is that these 3 elements need to be linked together so that the whole model, the complete model, is successful, can be successful. And we also said that we cannot neglect and we cannot forget what are we doing for and why. Also, we referred about transparency and how important transparency is. Local administrations need to share all the information, not only in terms of accountability and monitoring, but also so that citizens can make their own decisions. And also so that citizens and the different associations in the city so that they can all start their own processes. We spoke also about political participation as a right, as a need. We don't have to depend upon the different political wills. We need regulations and systems. And we were also talking about how local institutions are trying to sometimes overcome legality to develop direct democracy within their own field of activity. We also spoke about things that are important to develop these processes, such as the transformation of different regulations. We also said that we need to be humble and very honest, all of us, both if we talk about political parties, citizens, and all the stakeholders, so that we know what are we willing to do and what efforts are we willing to make. That is our summary from yesterday. Thank you, Ricardo. I don't know if Ricardo wants to say something.
This part, because if there is a question or if there is something to complement, to add. So, anybody? Yeah? Was there somebody who wanted to?
Es que no sé qué les pasa.
Does anybody have a question or something to add to this workshop's report? No? Okay. Huh?
¿Voy allí o me quedo aquí?
You can sit back.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Then the second workshop was social movements turning into political power. Christina? Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. So during the workshop yesterday, we started by some of our guests that started to tell us what was the important point of these social movements that really raised from the bottom and are starting to shape the scene, the political scene all around Europe. So there is of course, a big change, and we are seeing that. So we were there with somebody from Podemos, and there was the party in Iceland, and of course us as five-star movements. So basically, we started by the institutions, talking about institutions, the European institutions, and what we are doing at a macro level. So how can new social media, new media, and the internet can help us bring the voice of people directly into democracy and stop this this thing that we talked about yesterday several times, in which democracy is just electing someone and keeping them and staying there for 4 hours and never 4 years, sorry, and never controlling them. So this balance of powers in which people can go back, can ask directly, even at a very big level. Then we saw a very interesting platform that they are using in Barcelona, which is called the City in Barcelona, and we kind of went into the details of what's possible through internet and through participation. So, for example, in the city council. So, what kind of proposal can be done? What kind of interesting things? And also, we have seen that from Podemos as well here in Spain, they are developing a system in which finance is part of the way they talk with people, with electors. So they say everything they spend, and in this way they empower people to control them and to avoid any misuse of public money, which is also very important. And this brought us to a little bit of discussion. We actually opted for a little more, but balance of times is always complicated, as you know, on costs. So what's the cost of politics? What's the cost of the EU, if that can be lessened? And also a little bit of discussion of what's the legal meaning of this interaction between the network and internet and elected people. So what's the legal meaning on what's behind it? How can we bind our politicians or our representatives to respect what we choose? And how can we decide when that's a good thing, when it's representative enough of the people's will to bind our representative? Which was also quite interesting. Then we discussed a little bit of, still briefly, but we tried to discuss of if these movements are actually in power or not. So we have seen that they are in power just at local level for the moment. We discussed a little bit the Icelandic situation and what's going on there, and what do they think about the future, because they may be sharing the power, but they are not sure yet. And of course, we discussed about this being in power just at the local level, but this is probably rising, and we actually, as Five Star Movement, hope so, but we'll see. And that was mostly it. So I don't know if there's any question or something participants wants to add, but
Yes, thank you. Is there any? Thank you. Yes.
I just had one question, since I'm taking notes here on your notes. When you talk about finding ways to include, I'm sorry. When you talk about ways to include finances in the conversation, I wondered if you could expand on that. What exactly does that mean, and what was
the founding part?
Yeah.
Actually, Podemos, but we do that as Five Star Movements as well. We, first of all, voters have, through a portal, control of everything their elected people spend. So any receipt is uploaded on internet, and they can see whatever they spent. Then they cut their expenses, and they try to give back somehow to the population what they are earning through giving a part of their salary to directly to the party, and another party is devoted to social projects. But there is this double part of giving back something to the population, and at the same time letting voters, but not just their electorate, but anyone, control what elected people earn and how they use their money. In this way, you really actually, we showed yesterday during the panel that you can very much see every single receipt, and so every euro they spend, empowering this way people to control funding. And as you know, for us as well, for Spain, but for us as well, corruption sometimes in the political movements was a big, and is still a big problem. So that's kind of a way to try to stop it.
Thank you. Other questions?
Yes. Any more? Yep. This microphone. Where's the microphone? Microphone. The microphone is coming.
Maybe.
Here's the microphone. Can you? just in time. So.
I have a question on.
Can you stand up?
Of course. I have a question on controlling financing. You said, is it only on the salary of the candidates, or can they also control public expenditures? If they build a building or a school or whatever, is this also controlled, and in which way?
Well, at this point is about controlling, as it's not done by state, it's not enforced by state, but it's enforced by the movement for us or the party. In case of Podemos, then it's only for elected people, so how they spend their salary. But the idea is, of course, to be completely transparent in each level at a certain point when we will be empowered to govern, but that's the idea. Not right now. Right now it's only internal.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So we had the third workshop, the Direct Democracy Storytelling Workshop, with Daniela or Daniel. Yeah, it's Daniel.
Yes, well, my report, double Daniela, didn't show up yet. So we had a very, very interesting storytelling panel with many people. First of all, we had the task to put dots on the globe map. It was arranged by Sancho, and it was really impressive. We had we had people from Korea, from Costa Rica, from America, USA, East and West, and many dots on Europe. The big red dots were too big they covered almost the countries. There was a little bit of struggle. So we started with very brief reports of everybody, so everybody could tell a small story by who is he, and how is she or he connected to the topic of participatory and direct democracy. And this was already very, very impressive. By the way, you can find this in the blog of Swissinfo. I think it's in the German version, in German, and it's well covered by Renat Künzi, who really wrote down a lot, so you can read this, at least if you understand German. And I cannot, of course, tell you all the very, very interesting stories of people and their struggle for more direct democracy and participatory democracy. We had then concentrated on two main stories. One was the most recent story of a Bulgarian referendum where people, really the first time, citizen-driven, organized actually 6 referenda. They collected more than 300,000 signatures in order to get a binding referendum about 6 ideas. One, for example, was to limit the huge money the parties get in Bulgaria if they are elected. By the way, much more than German parties, for example, get. So even if Bulgaria is one of the poorest member of the European Union, the politicians are very well paid, and this initiative tried to limit this. So it was done by Slavi, who is a famous TV show, has a private TV show, and he decided, I want to help Bulgaria, and used his power as a media platform to collect the signatures. And first they told us that 3 of the ideas they wanted to put to a referenda were voted out. The claim was it's unconstitutional, but there's no rational connection between the constitution and those ideas. And this was already a political decision of the Constitutional Court. And this was, and I cannot tell you the whole story. Bulgaria has a participation demand on referenda. People, they need to have as much people to vote in a referenda, if it's valid, as which have done in the last election, in the last federal election. And much more people showed up, but they tricked them somehow, rigged. It was really a rigged referendum, because when people went to the ballot boxes, they could elect the new president. It wasn't the same time as the presidential election, but they had to demand, please give us the ballot sheet. So, and only if the people said, please, I want also take part in the referendum, then they were given. Most people did this. And many people said, I only come to the election because I want to take part in this referendum. But then there was a second trick. They said, we only count the ballot sheets if they vote on the referenda and then put it in an envelope. If they don't do it, it's not valid. Which is actually very crazy, because if you, and most of you have taken part in election, then it's of course opens only if you do post election. So they could openly elect the president, put it in the ballot box, but the referendum sheet they had to choose and then fold it and put it in an envelope and then put it in the ballot box, but many people didn't. So, to have a short end of this very sad story, 13,000 votes were missing, so it's not valid. So it's really a rig. It was really a rigged. The first freely organized referendum set 6 referendum where. They wanted to have 6 referendum, but 3 were allowed, are rigged and so on. So, of course, the Bulgarian friends which were there were very angry and told us this story. This one was one of the main stories. The other story was more optimistic. The wonderful young team of the Omnibus for More Direct Democracy in Germany, they told us about their work, and people were very, very impressed about those young people, and they had to answer many questions also about their personal ambition, why they are so people were impressed about those ambitious young people working for the Omnibus, and it was a wonderful second big story. So, and then of course we had very nice other discussions. So
we need make microphone. Okay.
Raise your hand.
Yes, stand up.
Raise your hand. Yep.
I just want to say, maybe explain just shortly what is Omnibus. I think not everybody knows it.
Yeah, so there's a very, very fascinating project in Germany called the Omnibus for Direct Democracy. And they are driving around for more than 30 years throughout Germany. And they are somehow campaigning for the idea of direct democracy, and but also for the ideas of the artist Joseph Beuys. The famous claim of him was, everybody is an artist in respect of being a member of the social community. This is somehow the art of the arts. And it's pretty impressive. They do it for more than 30 years, and they have convinced so many people and have spoken to so many people and young people. It's a Berlin double-decker bus. So we had the second is now the second bus. The first one is now a museum is in a museum in Wiesbaden in the middle of a forest, and bees are flying in and out. So, but there are the Omnibus people sitting back there, and they can explain you much more. So maybe the Omnibus people stand up so you can see them. Oh, only one. The young people. Yeah, I think the young people there, they are using a little bit to sleep and to recover from the storytelling. Yes.
Anything? Comments? Thank you, Daniel. So yes, then we had the fourth workshop. I will tell you a little bit what we discussed there. It was the workshop from Tunis to Donostia. And you know, we had last year in Tunis, Tunisia, the 5th Global Forum on Modern Direct Democracy, which had the title of Decentralization by Participation. And of course, Tunisia, as you all know, has been, in a way, the big hope or the last hope of the Arab Spring, and it is still is. We had a workshop with participants from 10 countries and 5 continents, and especially our friends and colleagues from Tunisia shared a lot of, let's say, information. Those who also have been involved in the organizing of the Global Forum 2015. And one of the developments since then has been that parts of the organizations who have been behind the Global Forum, as you may know, were honored by the Nobel Peace Prize last December, the so-called Tunisian National Dialogue Quartet, which is in a way, the idea of social actors building together a dialogue for the promotion of social cohesion and democracy. Trade unions, the organization of employers, lawyers, and also human rights organization, and they have been honored by that. But at the same time, it has been a very difficult time in Tunisia since last year. Not much of let's say, progress when it comes to democracy and participation. Maybe the positive things which have been reported is that there is an even broader government now of 7 political parties, a national coalition government, which underlines, of course, this readiness to dialogue in the country still. And also, and this was very much a news yesterday, the first day of a national tribunal or national commission of truth and dignity, which is about dealing with the years of dictatorship, the years of inhumanity. So these victims get finally a possibility also to share their stories, to get their dignity back. And this is, of course, an important thing after a dictatorship, very much. At the same time, there is a big pessimism in the country, especially among young people. 90%, our colleagues said, of young people don't think that Tunisia is going into the right direction, that the political system and the political parties not really are able to represent them. There are currently more than 200 registered political parties in the country, that the economic situation hasn't become better, as you may know, also because of at least a couple of terrorist attacks. The tourism sector has had a big hit, and also that agriculture, because of weather, went very bad. So there is a feeling of that there is no progress, and almost certain people think it was better during dictatorship. But we also discussed that, of course, freedom, which has been achieved through the revolution 2011, has been very important. Progress, that there is an open debate, an open media, which has not yet translated very much into new structures, new infrastructures in education, in the economy. And there are also concerns that the geopolitical situation, especially what happened in the US, but also there will be probably a change of government in France, the main partner of Tunisia, will even more make it more difficult for Tunisia to have good partners outside, and there's the need of a new orientation. We had a discussion about what the Global Forum 2015 in a way discussed about the decentralization. And this was the key point of our discussion, that that in Tunisia there has never been a real local level of government, not a local level of autonomy, and this is still today an open question when the first elections can happen, when this local level will be established. Most people would like to see that because they see the local level of democracy as the most promising level. But because there are, out of these 7 parties, several who are afraid of losing the local elections, they don't want to see any local elections. So the national, you can say, blockade of political parties makes this decentralization very difficult, and in that respect also the possibility to use the local level for a more participatory approach and more direct democracy. And this was finally also the bridge from Tunis to Donostia, because then our friends here from Donostia, of course, in a way had this parallel of dictatorship, of internal violence to deal with. But the big difference has been that there has always been a local government tradition in the Basque Country, in this part of Spain. So the regions and localities have been important. There is more a risk of decentralization in Spain than decentralization of today. So you can see that there are meeting points, but from different directions. But we can say that the bridge from Donostia the bridge from Tunis to Donostia is really about making participation more possible, more feasible through strengthening, through entertaining local government. And in that way, you can say that there are on both sides and through both forums this very powerful message to develop this further. So if anybody has a question or want to add something. Thank you. So we have had these 4 workshops. You see now also for those who will be the workshop leaders and note takers this afternoon, please try to think about how you want to report back tomorrow morning. We will have a little bit less time because we will have 8 workshops to report on. So please try to think about how to do that. I would like now to give the floor to my colleague Joe, introducing. Yes?
Sorry, I have a question.
Yes, you have to wait for the microphone.
Okay. I just wanted to ask, what did anyone from San Sebastian talk at the workshop?
What?
Did anyone from San Sebastian make a contribution to the workshop? Because the bridge was from Tunis to San Sebastian.
Yes, that was what I tried to say in the end, that they shared this experience.
I didn't quite get the point. The experience was to empower local governments.
Yes, you can. I mean, as I understood it, you have both in Tunisia and here, you have had a tradition and a history of dictatorship. But while now, after dictatorship in Tunisia, there is no tradition of local government. There has been a tradition of local government here.
Okay.
So you come from different parts to the same issue.
Now it's clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Just a couple of things. So this is this declaration in the past has been, and I hope it will be again, a fairly short document. But and I'm going to have a first draft to get us started. But this is a document we're all going to have a hand in editing on Saturday. I will endeavor to produce a draft to get us going, and there will be some translation of it. But before we begin on Saturday morning, again, it's not every little detail, this is our agenda, but really a summary of what happened was said and some of the key findings. I'm very open. I've been moving around. I've been taking notes throughout. And I'm very open to anyone's suggestion on a particular point to make, something to include. But if you have a thought, don't hesitate, because time is short, and it will be Saturday. It will be tomorrow, and we're editing this before then. So do know that, and particularly for people in the workshops and the note takers in workshops, I'm particularly curious if maybe someone doesn't even quite put it into words, but if there's a sense of the room, if there's sort of an idea that you see emerging, feel free to jot that down. And we'll again, tomorrow morning, the first thing we'll do is we'll report back from the workshops that happened today. And I think we have twice as many workshops today as we did yesterday, so an even longer report. So please do keep that in mind. I had a couple of other announcements. There was a little issue at the end of the day yesterday where one of the very strong and great workshop that was going long, and I got to be the one to go in to sort of say it's over. People kept going, and that's fine. We have too little time here. So many wonderful people and so much conversation to have, and I didn't want to dissuade it, but I would put you in mind that their translation is a big part of this, and one of the priorities of the forum, at least for me, is not to kill any translators. So, they do. It is exhausting and tiring, and so after a certain amount of time, they just have to go. So do be aware of that going forward. One other reminder and a question: we had the random sample voting project presentation, and you can hear more from Nicholas Blanchard today about that. But there are also there are people here in different days of the forum, so I wanted to say we're participating in this experiment, and these are ballots that were handed yesterday. If you did not get a ballot, Nicholas has some. That's point one. Point two is that there are a number of questions because there are a couple of questions posed, and not everyone gets the same. People get different questions, and this is part of a very interesting experiment that we're going through. Please participate and fill it out. You're getting close to the deadline. It's time to consider and to vote. If you don't have one, please approach Nicholas, who's sitting here in the front, and please vote. One of the questions reckons with the question of negative campaigning and asks for view on negative campaigning. And the question Nicholas has been getting is, what is negative campaigning? The answer of smart Alex from all over the world is, that's campaigning, but that does not translate everywhere. So the best answer I'm going to attempt is a campaigning where you are instead of advancing your own ideas or people, you are being negative, offering negative messages about other people's ideas and people. And parties. That's the I think how we want to define that. Do you have a question? Can we get a microphone there?
And please also, if you can stand up, because we are filming, so it's easier to see who is.
I was wondering, for the oldies who are not connected to the internet for some reason, is there a computer somewhere where we can do the voting available?
I think you can do the voting in, I don't think, is there a common computer?
So, as I mentioned yesterday, due to the security of the system, you can come to me, give me your vote code. I won't know what you voted. I won't even know whether you really voted, but I will be able to put it in the computer. So you come see me later today. Anyone who wants to vote and doesn't have internet access, you just give me the code you want. I won't even know, I don't even know who you are probably, so. This is part of the system. It's done online, but it can be done without a computer in practice. So just come and see me and I'll do it for you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good morning. I've got two questions. First of all, it's in English. The ballot papers. Those of us who don't speak English don't understand it. And yesterday, I actually, even though I don't speak English, I did vote. I tried to vote, but the system was blocked. It said can't find it or can't find it. I don't know. They didn't. I wasn't able to. I wasn't able to vote. So two things.
Thank you. What kind of blocking did you get? What am I going to ask?
Decía que
It said that you couldn't access the website. It said that you couldn't access the website, and it wouldn't. And I literally copy and pasted the internet address, and it just didn't let me into the website. And we can try again today, but I wasn't able to yesterday.
For sharing that. Okay. And please, let's talk to Nicholas if you have any trouble. Thank you.
Okay.
That's what I've got.
Thank you very much. Is there anything more to say about the question about the declaration process? No? Okay. So maybe a short reminder also about the notebook you have. You have there this possibility to put questions, comments, and put it there in the ballot. Also, for tonight, for the evening at La Perla, you have all got the invitation card. Please take that with you. Everybody has seen the invitation card in the materials?
No. I'm glad you raised that. I don't think I saw it.
Yeah. It's a red card. Anybody has it? Can show it? It's a little C5 card in the material. Yes, this one. Okay. Please take that with you tonight. 7. So
where is La Perla?
La Perla. La Perla is it's very easy. You go towards the city, and it's the first restaurant or the second.
Okay. Great.
You cannot miss it. Yeah. You have something? No. Okay.
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 We are.
Anything more?
No, we were 9 minutes ahead of schedule, but why not?
That's
get
great.
started?
Sure. Okay, so thank you very much for this introduction now. We are now heading directly to the fourth panel on building modern participatory democracy from below. So I ask Joe will be the chair here, Ricardo, Paul, Pablo, and Salver to come up. Thank you. Thank you. I can take this with me. So.
We're ahead of time. That's great. So we're going to try to get started here. This is the fourth plenary panel. It's building modern participatory democracy from below. We have a really great and distinguished panel here from Reykjavik to Woodbridge, Virginia, and many other points. We want to talk about the contributions that social movements make to direct democracy, but also the the contribution that direct democracy makes to social movements. I also want to, just on the time, we're going here on the schedule to 11:15, and I'm going to try to do a better job than I did yesterday on keeping time, so there is much more time for questions. So I think I want to start with a very open-ended question and ask you to try to address it in 5 minutes, and that'll give us time to keep talking more, which is sort of the two sides of this. Thinking, talking out of your own specific context, the work that each of you have done, what has the movement, or has the movement, or the movement, or movements you've been part of, sort of given to democracy, to participatory democracy, and how have those movements shaped democracy, and how have participatory democracy and some of the tools we talk about here shaped your movement? Both ends of that, and I'm going to start here with Ricardo Fracaro of the Movement 5 and the 5-Star Movement. I know, and from Trento. How does your social movement and direct and participatory democracy, how have they shaped each other?
Thank you, Joe. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you to everybody. I would like to start trying to explain you how direct democracy influenced the 5 Stars movement, because it's said often that social movements were born as a reaction to the economic crisis. I don't think so. That was not the case of the 5 Stars movement. 5 Stars movement, my movement, was born as a reaction to the crisis of democracy, not economic crisis. The crisis of democracy in the Western world. Everything, in fact, started in 2005. The crisis is from 2008. With a blog, a comedian blog, Beppe Grillo, maybe someone know him, is the founder of the movement I belong to. And why? Because it was a very free space where we can speak about some new issues, new themes. And a lot of people started reading the blog. And at the end, it was one of the most important blogs in the country, in Italy, and all around the world. Why? Because people loved discussing new issues that the traditional politicians didn't deal with or didn't want to deal with. Just to name a few, sorry. Solar energy, sustainable economy, sustainable agriculture system, basic income, digital rights, these kind of things. Incinerators, so these things. And people started realizing that a new world was possible. A new world that traditional politicians weren't building up or didn't want. So this create a need to do something concrete, not only speaking about that things, but to realize them. So Beppe Grillo told to his readers, why don't you come together and trying to resolve local problems, to solve local problems, to analyze them and to solve them. So what happened? People started coming together in all towns in Italy, all cities and small towns too, and bringing that solutions to the parties, to the institutions. What happened? traditional politicians didn't want to listen to us, and they slammed their doors on our faces, sometimes literally, really. They kick us out, literally sometimes. So we realized that they weren't unable to find solutions, but they didn't want to. Because the power corrupt, because they were corrupted by power, not only by money, but also by money sometimes. And maybe personal interests were more important than the citizens' interest. And so we immediately understood that we need to react, and react fast. We need new laws. So we decided to starting collecting signatures for popular initiatives. So in 2007, we collected in one day more than 300,000 signatures for a new law called Clean Parliament, because, for example, we didn't want to convict a member of the parliament, in the parliament. And the next year, 2008, we collect like 1,300,000 signatures in a few days for a law called on free information, because in Italy now we have the public, for example, television controlled totally by the government, and the private television controlled by Berlusconi. So we have not free information. We need it to speak with people, to change mentality, to change our world. What happened to this law? The parliament...
and we're at 5 minutes, I should warn you, but finish this thought. Finish this
So, the parliament put this signature in the garbage and ignored us. So we decided to become a political movement, to go inside the institution and to make these laws by ourselves. So what we are trying to do now? Two things. We have two goals. Keep promises, start in keeping promises, because all politicians didn't keep promises, and improve the direct democracy inside the institution, because we know that the power corrupt, and we want to give back power to the people. That's our goals.
Thank you very much. We will continue this. I want to go next, actually, jump one on the table to Salvador Nordal from Reykjavik. She's a scholar who somehow got mixed up in writing a constitution for Iceland after a few problems you had in Iceland in some of the same time period that Ricardo was talking about. I wondered if, again, that story and sort of those shaping of movement and democratic procedure and tool.
Thank you very much, and thanks for inviting me to take part in this panel. This is, of course, a very complex issue in Iceland, and it has many different angles, but I'm going just to start with saying there was a movement in Iceland definitely after the financial crisis, and people took to the streets, and that was really initiated this process or procedure to revise the constitution. Revising our constitution had actually been on our agenda for many years. We became an independent republic in 1944. And at that time, it was debated and discussed to revise it more thoroughly than it was able to do at that time. So it has been on the agenda. But the movement following the financial crisis definitely put the things on the table again. And the parliament decided to initiate this process which was unique in many ways, because it was supposed to be a constitutional assembly elected by the public, and to get members of the public to work on this project. We also had, or included in this was also a day conference or a day meeting, national forum of 1,000 people gathering together to discuss and debate constitutional issues. So it was, and then the third sort of element in this process was a constitutional committee with specialists, and they prepared this work, and then the Constitutional Assembly, or that later became Constitutional Council, was appointed by the Parliament and did the work for 4 months on revising the Constitution. So it's very interesting to look at this process sort of in hindsight. I was part of the Constitutional Council, and I chaired it actually, and but I then sort of got back into academia to my work and as a philosopher. So I've been sort of trying to analyze it in hindsight. And one thing is interesting is that the Parliament, or the majority who sort of brought this forward, they were very interested in, because the politics, the financial crisis in Iceland was a shock. So, and it brought people to the streets, and there was a lot of distrust towards the politicians, to the institutions, governmental institutions, and so there was a lot of distrust in our country, and we had also a new elections, and a new Parliament decided to put this forward. And they talked a lot about this distrust and the importance of building this gap between the public and the politicians, and this would be a good way. So in a way, I sort of had the sense at the time, I think, and I see it also this when I read this later, that I think this had a potential of being like a healing process, trying to get the public or members of the public together to work on these really big tasks, and it was really enormous, of course, to write a constitution, and sort of to try to do things differently. And I think even if we can say a lot about failures in this process, I think we succeeded at least to do that, to sort of try to finish our task and work together. So it had a lot of promises. But it's difficult to change, of course, political culture, and it's difficult to heal or to change from distrust to trust. And unfortunately, our proposal has not been, there hasn't really been ways to implement any of our suggestions. And my view has been, and I have to say that sort of...
And then we're at 5 minutes. I'm sorry to interrupt. Just to let you know, but please finish this.
I just want to say that, I was sort of, in my view, from when we finished, I thought we should do it in steps. It would be good to implement just part of it and do it in several steps. Unfortunately, there was too much disagreement both within the public and particularly within the Parliament, so this hasn't been going forward. But I will be happy to take that up later on. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Paul Jacob is someone I've known personally now for a very long time and consider a very good friend, even though most of what he uses direct democracy for I completely disagree with. But I admire no one more in the United States for the method and spirit with which he uses this process, and I think we share deep belief in the process. You've been a figure in many movements, so the term limits movement that put limits on elected officials' terms, a host of other issues, and really a part of leading a movement for direct democracy itself and its protection across the United States. So that same question to you. You know, the movements that you've been through, you know, how were they shaped by the process? How did the process shape them?
Thank you, Joe. We do agree that baseball is a good sport. I got involved in the term limits movement, putting limits on how long politicians can stay in office about 25 years ago. It seems like it was last week, but and it was a movement that had tremendous public support, but was somewhat limited because politicians hated it. In fact, when I was first called and asked to take part in the effort to get term limits, I hadn't really thought much about them, and I got a call and they said, "What do you think about term limits?" And I said, "Well, anything that politicians hate that much has got to be good." But term limits was almost entirely dependent on the initiative process, on people being able to do it themselves. Legislatures were not going to do it. And in the whole history of the movement, there's only been one legislature that passed term limits on themselves, and that was in Louisiana, and it was after there was film of legislators taking contributions from gambling interest on the floor of the legislature. The FBI, our federal police, ended up putting a number of them in jail. That kind of created enough, I guess, energy in the legislature to look better, so they did something. But in 1992, we were able, around the country, to get people mobilized and to put the measure on the ballot in 14 states, which is this, we called it a national referendum on term limits because, of course, there's no process at the national level in the United States to do a referendum or an initiative. And so that's as close as you're going to get. And previously, the nuclear freeze movement had put issues on 11 state ballots. So we set the record for the most states to vote on a single issue in a single election. And we actually tied that again a few years later when we had another 14 states put it on the ballot. What's interesting to me is I never really thought much about direct democracy until I got involved in the term limits movement. And it was very easy to see why you had to have an initiative process, a way for people to act directly. And it years later, and this was, I guess, about 5-6 years ago, we put a measure on the ballot. It was actually through the legislature in Oklahoma, one of the states, and we were able to convince the legislature to put two measures on the ballot. One, they already had term limits on their legislature, but we convinced them to put term limits, at least put it on the ballot for the voters, term limits for statewide officials, the governor, lieutenant governor, the secretary of state, treasurer, those sorts of statewide offices. We also convinced them they had a very, very tough signature requirement to get on the ballot, and we convinced them to lower that signature requirement, or at least put it on the ballot. And about 6 weeks before the election, or 4 weeks before the election, polling came out, and the term limits measure had about 75% support. That was with some undecided still. the measure to lower the signature requirement for initiatives was losing. It had, and people were somewhat confused. There's about 46% against it and about 44% for it. Anyway, it was distressing to me because I saw that as a really critical step to allow people in Oklahoma to have a real process. And it occurred to me that people didn't really understand the question that was going to be on the ballot. They weren't sure what it really meant. And people are not process oriented. They want results. They want something. They don't so much think about democracy as a wonderful process. They think about democracy might allow me to get this. And it occurred to me to connect the two. And we were able to raise a little bit of money very late in the campaign. And I remember my old boss, kind of mentor, had told me, Paul, that measure's just not going to win. There's nothing you can do. You know, don't.
And Paul, we're just at 5 minutes, so if you could get to the.
There's nothing you can do. Don't waste your money. And of course, I didn't take his advice. And we put an ad on the radio that talked about term limits. Now, term limits didn't need the advertising. They were already winning. But it said, vote for term limits. And vote to make it easier to put things on the ballot like term limits. And we were able to very narrowly win, but it just really made it clear to me that it is critical that people not see, you know, those of us in this room, you talk about democracy, our eyes light up, we're excited, but for the public, they need to know the bottom line. They need to know, what do I get out of a democratic process? And so I think it's that just taught me that there's both ends of it. Democracy can help create a political movement, but you need a political movement that's doing things to protect democracy.
Thank you, Paul. Paul would go back to Oklahoma, and the state of Oklahoma would try to get its revenge on Paul. But we'll get to that story later.
I didn't think I could do that in 5 minutes.
No, that's true. That's true. Well, no one from Arkansas can do anything in 5 minutes, right? I'm really very, very excited. I can't tell you to have Pablo Soto with us. Not just he is, the title he comes with now is member of the City Council of Madrid with the party Ahora Madrid, but Pablo is famous in Hollywood. Where I'm from, they know him and they really don't like him, and for that he is to be congratulated. Pablo, you've spent a lot of time creating software and peer-to-peer programs, ways for people to share things and ideas and conversation and build community. And so the same question to you as to the others. When you're building community movement, and how do the tools? How does the movement shape the tools? How do the tools shape the movement?
Well, thank you for your kind words regarding Hollywood and the hate that they have for people like me.
Yeah.
Technology has always across history changed the way in which societies agree and disagree with things, and sort of modulate the way that people as a subject decides the way that it's going to work. So it's not important, it's crucial. It's one of those elements that define future. Well, I'm gonna give you a small piece of what's going on in Madrid now. The next 13th of February, we are gonna vote 2 people's initiatives. There are gonna be hundreds of ballot boxes in the city, also digital vote, and it's the first time in history in Madrid. 3.5 million people living in the city, 2.7 million people have the age to vote. And we are voting two people's initiative and also two different projects for one square. This is the final voting, the final referendum for a long process of citizen participation defining a square. And they're going to vote the final project knowing exactly the price. So if you think about it, to have this going on in Madrid now, you couldn't understand how is this happening if you wouldn't know what's been going on in Spain in the last 5.5 years. If I ask you, how many of you know what happened in Spain the 15th of May of 2011? If you know what happened, raise your hand. Well, probably we're talking about 20% of the audience. Those of you who know, please allow me 1 minute to give a little bit of context. On the 15th of May of 2011, there was a big demonstration, huge demonstration in 50 cities in Spain at the same time. If you go back in your mind to Spain in 2011, there was huge unemployment, millions of people unemployment, 1 million people flying away to another countries to try to find a job, hundreds of thousands of people losing their houses, the government dismantling the public healthcare system, the public education system. And in this context, millions of people take the streets and say, real democracy now. That was the slogan. So they didn't say, we want to work, we want a house, we want public healthcare. They said, we want democracy. Because there was this common diagnosis that what was wrong was the democracy. And when we say real democracy, we are not talking about small changes to democracy. We're talking about direct democracy. So in the next 5 years, millions of people decided, okay, let's do it. So we set up hundreds of parties. You know about Podemos? We funded Podemos, and that was huge. But we founded hundreds of small local parties as well that included Podemos and some other movements. And now we are governments in the not just in Madrid, but in Madrid, Barcelona, Valencia, hundreds of big cities and small villages. And one of the things that is really changing with those governments is direct democracy. So this is the context. Now, one of the things that was very important in the 15M movement, we call it 15M because it was the 15th of May, but you probably know about it by Indignados movement. That was the press tag for it. One of the important things was the use of technology. There was not like a big organization, but there was hundreds and thousands of individuals working on the internet to prepare everything, to prepare this demonstration that was not supported by a political party. No political party supported it, no workers' union, no civil society organization, traditional ones, just people on the internet moving things. And look what happened, right? So the use of technology was crucial, and we are talking about using social networks, but also using not very advanced tools to communicate and to coordinate and to co-work. You just need a pad, or Google Docs to make a revolution. You can do it using Facebook. But we also started creating our own tools in the squares. If you went in the square, we were camped for 2 months in Puerta del Sol, the main square in Madrid. Hundreds of people sleeping in the square, pretty much like in Tunisia or Tahrir Square in Cairo. We did the same thing in Madrid. And you could see in the tents people writing source code for the tools that we were using to communicate and to make decisions at the square. And now when we are governments, we are doing the same thing. But we are doing it with a big, big tool, which is the institution. So we took office in Madrid, and we say, okay, do we have like an IT department? And they said, yes, we have 500 people in the IT department, 100 million euros a year for this. And we say, okay, we don't need that. We just gonna build one tool with a few people in the government, and we created Decide Madrid, a people's initiative platform that is free software. Anyone can use it. Anyone can take the source code and import it to their institutions. Actually, 6 cities in Spain are using it, including Barcelona, which are forking it and adapting it to themselves, but also Valencia, Coruña, Calvea, many other cities. And next month, we are making a public act because 20 more cities are using it. Basically, you can make a people's initiative in this platform and collect the signatures in it. You also have the physical papers. You can do it the old way. But you can do it this way, and it's very easy for anyone to put an initiative, 14,000 proposals in 1 year. And we are having the 2 first proposals voted in February. So it's working. And I think my time is over.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It is. But
thank you.
But thank you. I want to get one more question to you, maybe for about a 2-minute answer, and allow you each to continue sort of what you were saying. But in preparation for this, and because I knew Salvador was going to be on the panel, I was listening to some Bjork, and reminded of the lyrics. You're on your own now. We won't save you. Your rescue squad is too exhausted, and if you complain once more, you'll meet an army of me. Now, I don't know what that means, but there's this the notion of movements. Movements are hard work. Democracy is hard work. The world is not becoming a simpler place. And there's the notion of the exhaustion and the rescue squad. What kind of, I guess the question I have when you think about social movements and you think about, all the different modes of participatory democracy, what tools need to be in the toolkit for social movements to not exhaust themselves and to ultimately have a chance to make impact and succeed in this era? I don't know who wants to take this first, but maybe a short answer of a couple minutes so we can get to questions.
Okay. I would say that new social movements, I'm talking about the kind of new social movements in Spain, but I know this is global, and the movement I would know in all the other countries are similar in this way to us. I would say that these movements, there's no concept of membership in these movements. So they are not like a political organization in some way, but it is more like a swarm of people. That way of understanding social movements allowed us, for example, me, a guy from a neighborhood in Madrid in a wheelchair, to be in 10 different social movements in the last years, because you didn't need to be a member of it. You just know that something is going on because you get some kind of message through social networks. There's going to be an eviction in this neighborhood, and we are going to go there and try to stop it by putting our bodies in the door so that when the police comes, they can't do the eviction. So thousands of evictions were stopped anywhere in Spain, even in small towns, because social networks allowed this kind of swarm logic to be in place. And I think this is very important, because if it is a political organization with all doing our meetings, our assemblies, who is the secretary, who is taking notes, okay, next meeting, this is exhausting. But if we can, okay, it's 7 o'clock, I can go to stop an evictions, or I can go to occupy a school, or I can go to, that's easier.
But you need platforms. It is that communications, that ability to reach and share in the same way people shared TV and movies and music on platforms you build.
But people in Tunisia, they said that some of the people in Tunisia said that they made the Facebook revolution. You have Twitter, you have Facebook. Just use the tools that we have, and you can do it. Of course, if we build our own tools, we can be more powerful. In Taiwan, for example, they are building huge tools, and that's great. But even in Tunisia, they did it with Facebook.
Yeah, they're in the United States, this last election, there's been a lot of talk about bubbles, that that people on the left live in a bubble on the left, and people on the right live in their own bubble on the right. Because of social media, you can get your information and communication, without hearing from other folks, and that's a bad thing. But it's a good thing to be able to create the bubble by which the people who agree on an issue like term limits or on stopping evictions can communicate. And it seems to me that to build movements, you need communication, and social media is just, incredible. It's not like a step forward, it's like 7 leaps forward. Especially with a world in which I think people don't have as much free time, at least in the United States. More people working, longer commutes. Social media is just super important. And creating that communication where people can feel like they're part of a movement, even if they're not going to meetings, or they're not the secretary or the treasurer or the president of the group. The other thing I think is timing. You need some ability to organize and then get to a success or a failure, but some resolution. And having the initiative process where you can get a vote in a year or 2 years, or sometimes even more quickly, I think is critical, because otherwise people get frustrated that all we're doing is talking, we're not getting anywhere. So I think that's those are really the key elements.
Or somewhere?
If I attempt to answer this question from the side of, or from my perspective and the work on the constitution in Iceland, it was maybe a little bit different from the movements that, for instance, you were explaining, because this was supposed to be complementary to the representative democracy, and it was supposed to build a gap between the politics or the parliament and the public, and I think that is, of course, often the problem with civil society movements is to sort of manage to go into the system or make changes. And unfortunately, in our case, didn't fail. So far, it hasn't been able to build this gap, and I think that is the challenge. And I don't have a patent or solution to how to build this gap. And one thing, there was a call in this movement in Iceland for more direct democracy, for having more say, and we haven't been able to sort of initiate that.
So what is the missing tool? Is it money, ability to well, this was complex, and one of the big I think failure of in our case was that the framework that was built initially by the parliament was weak, and the politicians that was really, because this had to be passed through the parliament. And they were unsure about what to do, and they never ever really laid down their plan or really say what they were willing to do or what their plan were. So and that was in this 4 years that this went on, and then of course new government has been, and we are now in the process of forming the third government since the crisis. So it's so I think this is in the case of constitution, there has to be a dialogue between the public and the politicians, and there has to be a dialogue. It's not a one-way street either way. So it's and that was lacking, and I think that was a weakness in Icelandic politics prior to the crisis,
And it showed vividly in this aftermath.
Ricardo.
Recently, somebody has said that is a complicated business. I don't believe that is a business, democracy, and I don't believe that it's complicated, but it's very hard because we are speaking about social revolutionary movement. We are speaking about changing people mentality, passing from only representative power to a participatory system. It's not easy, and well, I'm very tired because I spending all my life on it, and I even have time for private life, really. But I have a lot of enthusiasm because I have to go back to real life. In my movement, we decided to have only 2 political mandates. That's important because politics is the only, I think, is the only work where when you get professional, you do it worse. It's the only work where it happens. And so when you get professional, you became professional, you have to go home. That means that you have to go back to real life, to live that life, to live that society that you contribute shaping it. And so that can be useful to effort to live this effort with enthusiasm. It's hard, but it can be done.
Okay. Thank you. There are many more questions I have, but we want to make you put your questions first. We're less than halfway into this. So if we have microphones, let's continue this conversation and bring everyone into it. My goodness, lots of hands in the air. Okay. Sure. Maybe. Yeah, that's fine. And then, yeah, we'll just try to get. Would it help to do 2 at a time? Do you think? Questions at a time? Yeah. So we get more questions.
With great pain, I want to disagree a bit with my friend, the parliamentarian from Italy, Signor Vicario.
Can you speak up?
Louder.
Hello? Is it on? Is it on? Certain issues are complicated. There are certain issues that are simple, but there are many issues that face professionals who engage in government service that require a certain degree of expertise.
Yeah.
So I agree that many broad issues can be determined by the general population, but there are many issues that require a certain degree of understanding. For example, we had a measure in California about revenue.
Professor Sonora, could you ask a question, please?
Well,
we don't have time for speeches. We've got about 12 people with hands in the air. We need a question.
Never mind.
Okay, thanks. A question. I need a question.
Hi, Daniela Buzhinova from Bulgaria. Concerning the digital initiative that Podemos introduced, if I am right to understand that this is a digital initiative, something like the European Citizens Initiative. Would you please give us a little bit more detail? People can sign it online, and what happens afterwards? Do you look at it, and is it an agenda initiative? Do you look at it in Parliament? And what's the result so far? And one more thing. My observation is that parties who buy into the idea of direct democracy, normally these are opposition parties, when they have the power, they of course change their opinion, but they would like to still to control the process. They would like to initiate referendums, but do not open up the process for the citizens to initiate referendums. So would you share this observation?
Absolutely. That's one of the problems for direct democracy. There have been many cases in which there have been many studies in which people has been asked if they would like to have binding referendums, and 80 to 90% of the people anywhere you ask want it. But if you ask politicians, 80% of the politicians don't want it. So that's a huge challenge for direct democracy. Politicians are. Now, I want to answer the no question about people's not being expert enough to decide about anything, because that's one of the arguments that we've been hearing on the history about every time that for example, when poor people wanted to vote, they said, okay, you don't know how to read, so we better vote for you. The rich people votes, and that's enough. So universal voting is not allowed. So also with women, when women wanted to vote, people say, no, you are always in the kitchen, so we will vote for you. Because, so, and it was the opposite. When a woman could vote, a big process of emancipation of the women happened. So let's let people vote about direct things and see what happens. Also, about the People's Initiative in Podemos, we have one People's Initiative inside Podemos, inside the party, but that is interesting because the party can change any rule through this process. But let's talk about what happened when we achieved the government in Madrid. We set up this People's Initiative process in which 1% of the people in Madrid can sign a proposal, citizens' proposal. Only 1% of the people older than 16% is needed to sign it. You can sign it in papers or in the digital platform. It's very easy with your cell phone. You log in. We connected with the direct with the database of citizens. We send you a secure code, because we have this contact with the citizen. You enter the code, and in 1 minute you can sign proposals with your cell phone in Madrid. So it's working very well. Like 186,000 people are using it to sign it digitally already in 1 year, in the first year. And 2 initiatives. There have been 14,000 initiatives in the system, because you don't need to have a platform, a social movement to start one. Just one guy can put it. And if the initiative is very good, people is going to see it in the webpage and support it. So 2 initiatives got the 1% support. One is from a big platform, Alliance for the Climate, a platform, which is 400 organizations, including workers' unions and so many organizations pushing for sustainability. But the other proposal, this one is Madrid 100% sustainable, is 17 measures to make Madrid sustainable, 100% sustainable in a few years. And the other one is about transportation, is to have one ticket that allows you to use any public transportation, including public bicycles, metro, buses, for 90 minutes. So people can commute and use so many different transports. And the thing is that this second one was a proposal made by one guy, actually one girl. And she made this proposal without the support of many people, but she read some of the debates. You can see that there's debates, and she read some of the debates in the webpage, and they saw that there's so many people talking about transportation, and there was this lack for these tickets. She made a proposal, and she got 30,000 signatures in the year that you have to collect them. So the referendum is in a couple months. So it works. It's similar, and it's inspired in the traditional people's initiative to binding referendum that you find in so many places like Switzerland. But it's different because so many people can, like in the first year, we're talking about 14,000 initiatives. So we are talking about the democratization of the building of the initiatives. Only 2 achieved, so we are probably in the same numbers as Switzerland. but so many people started the initiatives, and so far 50% of those are initiatives by citizens, not by platforms or organizations. So it's an interesting new way of doing it.
Can we get 2 more questions?
Yes. Raban Fuhrmann again. I want to ask about the question of this building. If you want to build a big building like a participatory democracy, it's good to have like architects. And what do I mean with it? I think at the current moment we have quite a lot of initiatives promoting, but we don't have really the profession which is capable really to be able to connect these ideas with a legal constitutional framework. Later this afternoon we'll have a round table about this concept of a learning democracy and about what does it mean to be a democracy developer. But what my question is to you is, what kind of infrastructure, what kind of architecture would have helped you in promoting or is helping you in promoting the idea? So at the end, you don't have like a fragile tent, something which is only functioning when the conditions are good. But I think we are speaking really of like rebuilding our political system. So we need something out of stone, something really substantial.
That's a well stated question.
And one important point.
That's a well stated question. We need to get another. We need to get another. I'm sorry. We need to get another question.
That's why we need more democracy also in this discussion.
Right. But we need to hear from many people. So can we get another question? And maybe. Okay.
In the United States, there's a lot of discussion about money in the initiative process, whether it's paid signature gathering or whether it's paid advertising. I'd like to hear from each one of you your experiences. A, do you think that it's okay that paid signature gatherers, or that you should pay people to collect signatures? And should money be limited? And if so, why should money be limited in the initiative process in your country?
Thank you. Who wants to take that? And I also, a small request for the questioners, if we get a little bit more mix of women, and I understand it's maybe Basque autonomous law, that it be at least 50-50. Or may have just invented that, but as you see hands in the air. Who wants to take each of those? Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I just want to get as many questions in as possible.
I'll take the money question. I think it's fine if people are paid to collect signatures. If someone's collecting signatures all day, at night they have to eat too. And so I think that's fine. I think that direct democracy, one of the values or one of the benefits is that money is not as powerful as it is in candidate elections. Because when you're choosing between 2 candidates, there are all kinds of factors like, do I trust them? What's their character like? These are very difficult decisions, and advertising and all kinds of things can alter those. With initiatives, it's written down in black and white. You can read and see what it is. You agree or don't agree. And I think advertising is just not as dominant. You don't change people's minds about issues because you put some flashy commercial up, whereas you might change their attitude about an individual.
To Dr. Furman's question, perhaps?
Yeah, well, I just want to say, from in Iceland, we haven't had, we don't really have initiatives, so we don't have this problem, but I don't think we would really agree on people being paid. And that's because, I mean, it's a small country and it's a different way of, and easier to collect signatures, at least that. And I think we also need to have a limited money in this business. And we have, after the financial crisis, there have been more regulations on that in Icelandic law, and it's much more transparent than before, because that was one of the problem or something that the politicians were criticized very heavily about, was their sort of funds or the private funding they got for when they were fighting for or competing for a seat within each party. I also want to say about the referendum, because I think it's very important to have a good structure, as it was very much said yesterday. that we need to have a good structure, and I think we have had several referendums after the crisis, and we need. It's very important to have a clear structure from beginning, and it has to also be the case that we have to have certainty, or there has to be clear how if for instance we had a consultative referendum on the constitution, and it has to be clear from the outset how the politicians are going to follow a referendum like that, because I think it undermines democracy if we have all kinds of referendums, so we are trying to engage the public and then things don't happen. So I think that really is undermining the democracy. I think we are sort of playing on the edge here with democracy.
But to Dr. Furman, I don't know if anyone wants to take Dr. Furman's question of the infrastructure architecture that you feel you need, and yeah, please. Or we're missing, yeah.
Yes, I believe that politics works better without money, or without a lot of money, and we have to start keeping away money and to give services to people to do politics. That's what we need. That's what people need, services. And this permits me to answer the second question, because one of these services should be the possibility for people to use, for citizens to use experts that work for institutions that permit citizens to grow up, because they can learn how institutions work. They had to deal with budget, for example, how does it work, and how it works, and this permit to all citizens to elaborate, to have an idea, but to realize it, to put it in a law, in an expert way. So I think that we need services. This is the infrastructure should be done and give to citizens by the institutions. We don't need the people to build their own services, their own infrastructures.
I just wanted to agree very much with that there are some places where you can access legal help to draft your initiative, and other places where you get no help. And since it's already set up for most legislatures to have some of this infrastructure or architecture, it makes perfect sense to allow citizens to use those same resources, which of course they're paying for. So I think that's a real important point.
Yeah, yes. The answer to the money question was actually very complete, but this is always a recurring argument against direct democracy, that anyone with money can buy a referendum, buy the call for a referendum, and buy the result just by putting money into it, advertisement, and so on. But that argument always forgets that it is so much easier, so much easier to buy the will of a small group of people, or a small group of politicians, than to buy the will of millions of people. It is, for every instance that you can name of a referendum that was put by putting money into it, I can give you hundreds of examples of political parties that were paid for lobbyists by interests to promote laws without transparency at all. So when you see, for example, one example in Switzerland, there was this important referendum about the expulsion of foreign citizens that, it was in, I think it was February last year, something like that, 28th of February last year, maybe. There was this big campaign about 10 million Swiss francs promoting the removal from the country of people that committed even small things like speeding up in the highway and stuff like that. And there was this people's platform that put a crowdfunding initiative. They got like 150,000 francs in donations. They made a campaign and they won the referendum. So, but it is so much difficult to find a party with so few money to win a campaign and achieve the government versus a big party with 10 million. It is not impossible. We did it in Madrid, but you can find many.
We get two more questions. How about from Professor Hansen from Regina?
Thank you. My question is about referendums not being legally binding. And specifically, this is very tangible. I have a letter written that I'm hoping to gather signatures on today about a multi-party referendum that was held in the province of Prince Edward Island last week. The referendum results were not favorable to the government, and now they're reneging on the results and saying that they won't honor the referendum. So I'm hoping that as many people as possible here will sign this letter that I will have available later today. So my question is, what kind of actions can be taken when a referendum is not legally binding?
And one more question. The woman to your left, yes, there.
Bueno, como has dicho, es
like as you said before, it's much easier to control a group of politicians than millions of people. But there's a doubt, especially those of us who don't really understand this very much, what control mechanisms are on digital mechanisms. If we have a digital vote, who controls this digital voting system? Is it possible to corrupt the results, to rig the results using software programs?
So the question of rigging, the question of what happens when they deny you and it's non-binding.
In terms of rigging an election, it's hard to know. I don't understand software, and I think most people don't. And there have been all kinds of allegations in this recent election in the United States that it would be rigged one way or the other, and even that it might be through a Russian hack that changes the software. I think we need absolute transparency in how those machines work, and I think we need a way to check the vote after the fact without ending the secret ballot. But I do think in terms of, and it gets back to the first question that didn't quite get finished about what if it's too complex? What if the voters make a horrible, horrible mistake? The only sensible solution to democracy that makes a big mistake is that it's not the last election that's ever going to be held. There'll be a new election, and we can fix the mistake we made. So legislatures make mistakes, they can be fixed. We all make mistakes, they can be fixed. It's not an argument against direct democracy. It's an argument to let's get it right and let's make sure that there's always another election in which people can speak again.
Yeah, regarding the question about the software, from your accent, I think you're from Spain. Am I right? Okay. So in Spain, and probably people from outside Spain are gonna flip out with this. The night of the election, every single ballot is destroyed in Spain. So when I hear the argument of software and security from other countries, I understand it. But here in Spain, there's so much field for fraud in the physical ballots that software is only bringing security to the elections here. Also, keep in mind that in every system...
I'm sorry, Pablo, you have to tell us why you do that in Spain.
I can't understand it. Okay. I can't.
Okay.
I can't. Yeah,
please continue.
This is crazy.
Continue.
I know. Only one piece of paper with the number of the votes for every ballot box and the signature of the three guys there. That's all. in Spain. That's all that lasts for forensic studies later. So it's crazy. But even in other countries, whenever the vote is counted, it goes in some parts of the process to an informational system. It goes to a computer at some point, and that I mean, if we don't trust computers, we have problems in every election, even in those that have physical voting only. Okay, but the thing is that when we use technology like this, for example, you can see the source code of this. You can see the source code that is running. Probably you don't have all the technological knowledge to read the source code and understand what's going on, but there's tens of thousands of people that are able to do this in Madrid. So this doesn't happen always with the physical vote. There's no tens of thousands of people that can go and see where the ballots are going and so on. And also, regarding generally the security of IT, the security of the systems. No, the ballots are in Spain. In Spain, the ballots are thrown in Madrid. I've seen it. I've seen it.
I think we have a point of information
Un ejemplo nada más. En las últimas elecciones.
One example. In last elections here in the parliament, there was a problem, and they were waiting for the votes coming from foreign countries, and the ballots, they were not destroyed. They were in the hands of people there. I think that what you are saying is not right. Okay, let me.
Of course you can intercept the destruction. You can do it. But if you don't, the default way is trash. Well, okay, we can okay.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move up. Okay. Anyway, I wanted to add that one small argument, and we can talk later if maybe I'm wrong, but I've seen it, so maybe we can find a place to talk about this, okay? Because this is very interesting for me to know what are your arguments. But another argument is regarding security in general and the internet, is that billions and billions of money, of dollars and euros are moved every single day on the internet, billions, and you have one credit card, most of you probably in your pocket, that you can use on the internet to empty all your property and empty your bank account with minimum security compared to the electronic voting security, and nobody seems to say, okay, we need to stop this money on the internet. So I don't think why I don't understand why can we use the internet to empty our bank accounts, to pay taxes, to make administrative important things like changing your official residency with the administration, but we can't use it to sign for a proposal or to vote. And in many countries that nobody can say that are not very serious about electronic voting, like Switzerland, allow it.
Salvador, you wanted to get in on this one?
I just had 2 points. I mean, I thought it was a very interesting point you made about the if the public makes a huge mistake, how can we unwind? And I see from Brexit. Yes, I mean, should there be some kind of mechanism that sort of kicks in then? And because usually we see referendums as very final, and it's very difficult to take them back or sort of have another one shortly after to correct them. Regarding the binding referendums, I think they are probably not a very good way of doing things, and I think we have had this experience from Iceland, and I don't think this is because it's often unclear if the government is going to honor the referendum or not. It becomes an open question. If it's possible to have some mechanism I mean, it's possible. I think it's at least it should be very clear from the outset how the government is going to react to yes and no. But I don't know even if that is enough. So I think binding referendum is probably not a very good idea. Non-binding, sorry.
Right.
Sorry, non-binding. I meant sorry, non-binding. Sorry. I have to say this all again. No, I don't think a non-binding is sorry, I just, sorry, I was just, yeah, so you have to cut that out. We have had these non-binding referendums in Iceland. I don't think it's a good idea. And I think we really need to have a clear idea about how it's going to be honored. And that's really basically my, and I think we are seeing this, but I think we also need to maybe have think about your point about when the public makes a mistake, and who's to judge that?
The public should judge if they made the mistake.
Yeah, but and there are some indications from UK that the public thinks that they made a mistake.
Right.
Just a quick point of remembrance. Doesn't the state of Iowa require you to vote twice in a row to change the Constitution?
It's not Iowa. Nevada does.
Okay.
It requires you vote, and then 2 years later you vote again.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to get Ricardo into these questions.
Yes, regarding no binding referendum. It's frustrating. It passed also in Italy. And what can I say to you is just you have to change the government. The only thing you have to do. You have to say to your government, well, I'm not going to vote you anymore. That's the only way to change things. Changing representatives. Maybe you have to be voted for in. Yes, because politicians only are afraid about vote, citizen vote, and what about mistakes? Okay, I think that direct democracy doesn't mean that you are going to take the right decision. It's not that the meaning of direct democracy. I think that permit you to give to people responsibility. And giving people responsibility is the only way to grow them up. Yesterday we were speaking, how can we improve civic sense? Giving responsibility is like a child. If you don't give to a child responsibility, he never grows up. And so it's not a problem having bad decision, wrong decision. But citizens with direct democracy can say it's their fault. It's my fault. That is a change of mind.
We have, it appears, 8 minutes before our coffee break. Can we get 2 more questions? Intermix, maybe someone who has not asked a question so far at the forum. How about Vanya?
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So I got 2 questions for Pablo. I'm Vanya Kaufman from Sweden, and I really like this Decide Madrid, this tool. I really hope that many other cities will be inspired by it. I was wondering about youth engagement, if you have experienced any change in youth engagement since you released this tool. And my other question is, how do you get people to know about this tool? How do you spread the information about it? Are you traveling around to schools, civic centers? How do people get to know about it? Thanks.
One more question. Could we get from someone who has not had a question in the forum so far? Anyone who's not asked a question? Maybe this gentleman here? Yeah.
Hello, I'm Pierluigi Brombo from Italy, though work in Brussels, and I have a question for Mr. Fraccaro. That's about, is it necessary and physiological to have a charismatic leader? And I'm asking this because, as you may know, you said it yourself, Grillo was really at the beginning of the movement. then he tried to kind of step back, but then he felt obliged to come back on the scene. So what do you think about that? Thank you.
Pablo, you want to take
the first two questions about youth engagement. At the beginning of the system of when we released Decide Madrid, one of the attacks from the opposition was that only young people would use it. But the thing is that at the beginning we could see that pretty much a lot of young people was in there and not quite older people. But as the number of people using it grows and grows, the curve of how old and young is the people using it goes and it is more and more similar to the curve in the society. And now the differences between ages and using it and ages in the society are more or less the same as in the elections. But in the elections, more older people votes, and here younger people uses it. But it's not like a big gap, okay? Hopefully everybody will use it. And regarding how do we promote it, that's the important thing. Actually, most of the money that we have in my area of government is for that, because we do it all with public workers and with our own hands, and we don't need a lot of money to put this in place, but we use a little bit of money to promote it. And for example, we use public transportation banners. It's 3.5 million people in the city of Madrid. How do you get to them? Ideally, you would use mass media. But the thing is that they are not pretty much into talking about these things. So we try to contact directly with the people. And now, for this first referendum, what we are going to do is we are going to spend like 100,000 or 200,000 euros to send one letter to every single one in the city that has the right to vote. In that letter, we explain how this system works, how the People's Initiative system works. We give you also a secure code so you can sign in and verify your account. And we also include an envelope and a ballot in case you want to vote by mail, by regular mail. So we are spending a few euros into that, but we think it's important. So hopefully this first referendum is going to make this like everybody knows about it, hopefully.
Ricardo, you want to address the question of the need for a meeting at the head of the party?
Of course. I think that a charismatic leader like Beppe Grillo was very important and is very important for us. Without him, the Five Stars movement, we couldn't create it, because only thanks to him so many people come together for unified goals. And now it's still important. Leaders, charismatic persons are still important for us, because still a lot of people get information from TV. And TV is a diabolic way of communication, media, because TV need leaders, need charismatic people. Doesn't need ideas, but faces. But my hope and our hope is to change and have the necessity to have a leader anymore. That the work, the job that we are making, have the necessity to have a leader. That's our goal in the future.
We have about 90 seconds, and I want to do the final wish question for each of you. Do you have a final thought, just a few words, a wish for your social movement, other social movements that as you reflect on the conversation we've just had? And thank you, so many of you, for all your good questions.
I have to think about it. Let's start from here.
I can start. I mean, I think the wish to begin with in the constitutional process in Iceland was to build the gap between the public and the politicians, and I think that is really important. And I think my wish is that the participatory democracy or direct democracy strengthens politics at the end of the day, not dividing more these two, because the politicians are important. They are trying to do at least good job. I mean, sometimes we think they are really poor, but I think we need to strengthen this together.
Okay, just a few seconds each. Anyone want a wish?
Yes.
Pablo.
Okay. My wish, I have it very clear since the night of the 15th of May of 2011, is direct democracy for everybody. So one of the things that we do and we spend a lot of time doing in Madrid is to try to make this viral and make more and more cities and more administrations to use with the excuse of the tool to use direct democracy mechanisms. If I can have 20 seconds, I'm going to read in Spanish the electoral law of Spain so we can do this, okay? Artículo 97.
Article 97.3. Ballots extracted out of the ballot box will be destroyed, exception being made of those declared null, which will be filed after having the signature of the members of the table. The exception is the non-destruction. That is the exception. If not, all the others are destroyed. I have seen it with my own eyes. I was there.
Thank you. Thank you. An idea for an initiative to change that. Paul and then Ricardo. Very quickly, wish. We're at 11:15.
Okay, I'll try to go quickly. It has been said here numerous times that there's a divide between direct democracy and representative democracy. It seems to me that there should not be this divide, because the whole point of representative democracy is to represent us. The whole point of direct democracy is to represent us. And there's this feeling I think we get, because for hundreds of years there has not been direct democracy, but there has been representative democracy, that is legitimate and that somehow direct democracy is scary or illegitimate.
So your wish is?
And my wish is that people would demand of politicians that they actually represent us and not allow them or excuse them for being as corrupt as they are.
The final wish to Ricardo.
I hope to have a global forum like this in Italy as soon as possible.
My wish is for you to have a wonderful coffee, to get a ballot from Nicholas if you haven't, and vote, and to be back here at 11:45. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're a pro.
Sì, sì, yeah.
Bai? Bueno, eguerdi on denei. Bueno, vamos a empezar.
We are going to continue with this second round table or plenary session. We are going to keep on talking about social movements and their contribution to democracy. But now we would like to talk about specific experiences of those social movements. On the one hand, we have sectorial movements which are trying to use the mechanisms, the participatory mechanisms that exist. We are talking about movements integrated very often by volunteers, people who are dedicating their free time to improve society or to promote their legitimate ideas. We are talking about movements that are on the streets, but which are also participating and using the channels established by the different institutions. Among them, they are using, for instance, direct democracy or ballot initiatives. So we are talking about movements which want to participate in somehow in representative democracy. The balance in this roundtable, the balance between these sectorial movements which are going to keep on claiming their things in the streets, neighborhood movements, environmental movements, women movements, which are not going to be running for the elections. We are going to be talking about that. And that is what our speakers are going to be telling us about. But also we're going to be talking about other movements which have already joined representative democracy. We have 4 speakers. Ignacio Urquizu still has not arrived. He's just about to arrive. He's already parking his car. That is not easy, neither in the city, to park your car, but he will be joining us. And now I would like to give the floor to the 3 speakers we have. They will have 5 minutes to start putting things into perspective. And then in the Q&A that we will have later on, then we will have a Q&A. You will have the chance to ask questions. So, Alicia Licidini comes from Uruguay, professor at the National University of San Martin in Argentina, an expert in direct democracy and participatory democracy. In the internet you can read her articles where she analyzes the latest consultations and initiatives. But, from a chronological point of view, those articles also are not only focusing on the recent events, and also her approach is highly comparative. So, Alicia, the floor is yours. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the organizer, Bruno, Joe, Andreas Müller. I would also like to thank the local organizers and Sancho, who I don't know where he is, and Iñaki. Thank you, yes, because you all have been making an effort to try and have a coordinated roundtable. So let me try and share with you the case and the situation in Uruguay. So first of all, in these few moments, I would like to speak in positive terms about this situation in my country. And I will be focusing, as Iñaki was saying, I'm going to be talking about the role of social organizations trade unions and civil society in their exercise of direct democracy, but also I will be talking in terms of what they have been doing with representative democracy. In Uruguay, we have had a very long tradition in direct democracy in terms of people's initiatives. In 1910, between 1910 and 1917, a president went to Switzerland and he fell in love. Well, I fell in love with the Basque Country. Well, we're not sure if she said 2010 or 1910. Well, the thing is that he went to Switzerland and he wanted to learn about it. So, citizen participation and direct participation, the idea was to get to know about it and to be able to make proposals linked to the reform of the Constitution. Time went by, but I would like to talk about the moment when we started having a turning point. In 1989, a new exercise started. First, we wanted to put into question certain decisions being made by the parliament. First, the amnesty for the members of the army during the dictatorship, and then privatizations. Those were the two most important referenda. And then there were different ballot initiatives. Some of them were successful or not. Well, this can be debated if they were successful or not. But at that point, citizens started considering or taking into account different subjects, different topics which were more or less complex. Yes, very often these topics are quite complex and the result was very diverse. But I personally think that this situation was very positive. So my assessment about all these initiatives and all these consultations is very positive. Well, of course, you may disagree, and in my country there are many people who disagree, but I think that this was positive. Yes, why? Because citizens got closer to politics, because unlike what happened in other countries, such as in Iceland, where maybe this generated a gap between citizens and politicians, in our case, in my country, it was the opposite. It promoted higher engagement, higher participation, a higher politicization among citizens. What do I mean by that? What I mean is that this activated representative democracy. We were talking about the links between direct democracy and representative democracy. So in our case, with these different people's consultations or initiatives, I think that all this promoted bridges between citizens and politicians. But on top of that, since the year 2005, there are other mechanisms that are promoted. And there are certain laws that are passed, and they were promoted from social movements. And this was something new in Uruguay and different compared to the situation in Latin America and different compared to Spain, as we have seen through Podemos. Different laws were passed, and they stemmed from, as I said, they were promoted from the grassroots level, different social movements who want to join hands with experts. The university was also highly involved because the university was there to provide knowledge, data, and information. For instance, the debate about the legalization of cannabis, it was very controversial, but you could have your plant, cannabis, but you could end up in prison. If you were a home grower. Today you can have the plants at home and you can freely smoke marijuana and you can go and smoke in different clubs. It's much funnier today, it's much more fun today. But well, at that point, certain rights or certain laws were passed. And this was linked to different rights, for instance, abortion or marriage. But this was also linked to basic rights, such as, for instance, collective bargaining. Collective bargaining, yes, the state, the trade unions, and the entrepreneurs and businessmen sitting together around the same table to try and improve working conditions or to have better salaries. So this was used there too, and these are certain mechanisms which can be considered as democratic, as joined to participatory democracy. And well, there were different laws which were important because they were promoting rights. So that is why we were talking about the grassroots level, people in the streets, but together with the university members, with experts. For instance, now in the debate around the abortion, there were people coming from the university who said there are as many, women having an abortion like this or like that. The same thing for cannabis. We were talking about the negative effects, the positive effects in terms of legalizing cannabis, and like that in all the cases. So the parliament opened up and they were ready to listen to experts. And at that point, it is true that this took place in a situation in which we had a left-wing government. And that, of course, made it easier. But even many of these laws, most of these laws ended up being voted by different political parties, left-wing and right-wing political parties. That's it.
Termino. Entonces, para terminar con la parte más luminosa de Uruguay.
So, to finish, my country is still rooted or embedded. Society, citizens and politicians, they still have a good connection, a good relationship, and I say that they still do, that they still have this relationship is because elsewhere there is a crisis in terms of participatory or democracy. Yes, our situation is different. Our citizens are engaged, there are more voices, there is more diversity, and we have a parliament which is listening to those demands, to people, and then they transform those demands into laws. And then we have the executive power, which is there to sometimes tolerate or accept all that. Thank you.
Bueno, eskerrik asko. El segundo ponente, al lado de Alicia, Megi.
Next to Alicia, Mehdi Mimoun, he's a professor in the Agricultural Institute of Tunisia, vice secretary of the UGTT in this institution, but he's also the coordinator. Last year, he was the coordinator of the organizing committee of the Global Forum 2015. But the most important thing is the experience he has had as a citizen and as an activist before the Arab Spring, during, and yesterday in the workshop, she was telling us how from last year till this year, which has been the evolution in his country. That is why his perspective is going to be very interesting. Please.
So, what I'm going to do next 5 minutes is to tell you a story of Jemna village. Jemna, it's a small village in the south of Tunisia. The story started 1 century ago in 1920 when a French person took by force about 200 hectares from the land of the village to create an oasis. It was during the French occupation of Tunisia. What happened after the independence is, and in 1964, when the land, agricultural land, were nationalized, that the people of Jemna asked to have back their land. But the state decided to give it to a public without the sound. No, without the sound, just image. so they decide to give the land to to give it to public company. The situation stay like that for 20 years, and after the state in the beginning of the 90s, they start to rent the agricultural land to company and businessmen. And so they rent the 200 hectares to two businessmen. Just before the revolution, 12th of January 2011, the young of Jimna start to sitting just in front of the oasis, asking to have back their land. And the sitting stay there for 99 days. In April 2011, there is some agricultural work to do in the oasis, and especially the pollination to be sure to have a production, pollination of the palm. So they make a general assembly of all people of the village, and they decide to create an association. And to start the association, they made fundraising, and each citizen of Jimna give 12 euro. Men, women, child, all people. And with about the 30,000 euro, they start working in the oasis. Since that, they work there, and the production, when it arrives to harvest, is sold by a public auction, and the money, it's for the association, and they make a public assembly to decide how to spend the money. So they build a school, bought an ambulance, build sport facilities, disabled person facilities, funded cultural association, make a cultural, build a library, and they have also annual cultural festival. During these 5 years, they have contact with the government to solve the legal situation of the land. And the answer of the government was they understood the situation, but since Tunisia are in transition period, it's not possible to find a legal solution. With the new government, what happened is that last September, they decide to have back the land from the association. And they ask the association to give all the money that they receive from the harvest and give the money to the government. And what you see in here is the General Assembly of the people of Jimna, and discussing what to do, and if they will agree with the proposal of the government, if they are going to make the public action like every year, and what's the next step. And at the end, they vote, and they decide to keep the situation like it was before. So now the situation is that the government frees all the bank account of the association, and the guy who bought the production, they freeze their bank account also. So it's not possible for him to pay the association for the harvest. And there is so now a lot of pressure from the civil society, from political parties, to move from this conflict. And I heard yesterday, speaking with a friend in Tunisia, that next week will be a meeting at the government to look to a solution about Jimna case. So it's just to tell you a story of a people that they decide to, by direct democracy, what to do in their environment. And just to give you numbers, before the revolution, the two businessmen, they rent the land for 30,000 euro. They sold the production this year for about 700,000 euro. They create 140 jobs. Before, for the people of Jimna, it was only 4 jobs. So the problem for the government is a success story, and the government owned 500,000 hectares of agricultural land. So if it's success in Jimna, it could be a similar case in other part. And so it's really interesting case to study and follow. Thank you.
Thank you, eskerrik asko. Bueno.
Thank you very much. Now, you've already met Fernando Pindado, so he needs no introduction. And I'm sure you know what he's like and what he does. But what I would like to say in this roundtable, I'd like to remind you that he's also been vice president of the Confederation of Neighbourhood Associations in Catalonia. So he's an activist as well. So he doesn't just have one perspective, he has lots of different perspectives, which is very enriching, I believe. Fernando, the floor is all yours. Thank you very much. In Catalan, we say asturat, is how I'm feeling. I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed, perhaps, or a little bit ashamed, because I'm talking about new social movements here, but I'm actually 61 years old, so I don't know, young social movements, I'm very old. I don't, Miquel or Xavier or Arnaud can talk about this perhaps better than me, because they were there in the Plaza de Catalunya, in the Plaza del Sol, in Madrid, in these movements, because I was just a spectator. I wasn't an active participant. I was back in the 1960s, 1970s in the fight against Franco's regime. So the only thing I can really say to you today is that it's a cyclical movement. We always have activist movements in politics. And in fact, politics changes because there are social movements. In the 60s and 70s, the workers' movement under Franco's regime began to organize itself in the mining area in Asturias because they didn't agree with the pro-Franco trade unions, so they got organized. And then the movement that defended the interests of these workers created its own ways, its own structures, its governance structures, using new ways. And the same thing with neighborhood associations. When the pro-Franco local councils didn't provide a response to problems, citizens' problems, they got together, they organized themselves, and they just took measures themselves, protest and to stand up to the police, among. This is history, and it just repeats itself. I remember in Germany, there was the movement against the missiles in the Cold War. There was a movement against nuclear power stations in many different countries as well. And it influences politics. And now something similar has happened again. We've had new movements crop up in Spain, as well as in other parts of the world. Sorry, my machine's just switched off and I need my script. Now, new movements have arisen. Pablo was talking about it before, but not just because there was an economic crisis. They were born because there was a political crisis, because the political democratic system wasn't providing the answers that people wanted, and it was becoming corrupt. I mean, I think in Spain it's quite paradigmatic, really. There are hundreds of elected officials who are being accused of corruption. There are millions of euros which have been moved around and gone into the pockets of just a very few. And not to mention the 400,000 or the 4 million euros that the Spanish government has given to the banks to, dig them out of the hole into which they dug themselves. So it's a logical repetition. And what's more important is that these social movements have had the capacity to actually construct political alternatives in record time. This is what's new here. We had 2011, the 15M movement. There's a new phenomenon, a new act, a new movement. And in 2015, it becomes a political party which actually gets into power in many, many local councils. It's very, very quick. I have a friend in Barcelona, Álvaro Porro, and he told me that the 15M was like an uprising. I don't know, in Iceland or in Canada. Oh, sorry, it was like not an uprising. It was like a snowfall, he said. Usually it doesn't snow in Barcelona. It might snow in Iceland, it might snow in Canada. It certainly never snows in Barcelona. And when it does snow, everything changes. It's almost beautiful and it's white and it's like a postcard and it seems cleaner. But then the snow melts and there are little streams and little, goodness knows where they end up. They end up in the sewers mainly. Well, if we're going to be poetic about it, they'll end up in the sea. But in fact, most of them go down to the sewers. And these little streams and rivers from this huge snowfall which changed the landscape formed these little rivers, and these rivers are now in government. And this is a very important jump. It's a qualitative leap forward. And what happens when that occurs? Well, we have the more traditional sectors who rise up, because of course this is a breaking away from the traditional way in which we do politics. And it's the same thing that happened in Franco's time. The movements that arose in the 60s and 70s were a different way of doing politics. And everyone said, oh, these young people, and they don't know what it's like to be in an administration. How are they going to manage a budget? Well, Pablo's just explained how they're doing it in Madrid. All these young people who've got no idea, they've got not a clue. How are they going to give an alternative to the government? Well, this is what the old people say, but they're doing it. And they're not doing it that much more badly than the other people did. So I think there's a key element here. And that is the capacity and the energy that these people have to change a political situation, which is deteriorated and which was really a dead-end street. And then the construction of a new alternative, a political alternative, which can actually enter into the situations, into the institutions, to change things from inside in a real way. And this is all in record time. It's happened very, very quickly this time, in just 4 years. So now these movements, what do they contribute to the new way of doing politics? Well, we were talking about the mining assemblies in the 1960s, or the neighbourhoods association in the popular neighbourhoods in the 70s. This movement, which is much more community-based, provides clear mechanisms for improving the systems of democracy. Clear mechanisms, the use of new technological tools to enable people to share things as a network, to break away from this verticality of traditional political parties, bringing together people who are very different outlooks, different views from different social strata, to get together to agree about how to implement policies which will be useful. And they create new discourses, new words, new terms even sometimes. I have some colleagues at the local council in Barcelona. Sometimes I don't understand them, even though we speak the same language. Because we're going to innovate in language, and we often we have these new words to describe old things, but in fact what's happening now is that we have new concepts. The fact that we have assets that are not public or private, but they're common assets. And we have these common assets in many. Armstrong, the Nobel Prize winner, actually carried out a very important study on the commons, talking about these elements which don't belong to just one segment of society, but belongs to society on the whole. And I think that in this context, the contribution made by these movements, and there are risks involved, so we have to recognise this, because it's not easy to maintain this level of activity. But this contribution is important here. It's a very important contribution. And I think that you're going to ask me about my wish at the end. I'm going to tell you now what my wish is. I hope that this can actually be used to make sure that there's no going back in this new situation. There's no going back to the deteriorated political situation that was here beforehand. That's my wish.
Bueno, Ignacio Urquizu.
Okay, Ignacio Urquizu. He is a lecturer in sociology at the Madrid University. He's also a member of parliament with the Socialist Party. And he works and writes for many different newspapers here in Spain. And he has published a book this year about democratic crisis in Spain. Hello, good morning. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for having invited me to be here. I've been following what you've been doing over the last few days. There's been some very interesting panels, and I'm sorry that I came late and I have to leave early, because I have a very, very full agenda at the moment. My diary's chock-a-block. So I apologize for that. And I hope that next time I'll have more free time. I'm going to perhaps be a little bit provocative in what I'm going to say. I agree with some of the things that have been said so far, but not all of them. And just very quickly, I'm going to give you a diagnosis of the Spain diagnosis of what's happened here in Spain. And I said the book's been published a couple of months ago, my book. And in that book, I say why we have a crisis of representation here in Spain and what's happened, what are the reasons behind it. This crisis of democratic representation in Spain. Now, it seems that everything started in the 15M movement. In those months after the Arab Spring, I went to Tunisia, in fact. I was lucky enough, and I met there with people who were working in the transition process a number of times. And when I was there, some people ask me, says, what's happening in Spain? Why isn't anything happening? You've got a social, economic crisis. Why aren't people going out onto the street? Why aren't they breaking windows? Why aren't they doing something? And there are a lot of analysts and a lot of journalists who are looking at this. And when you look at social movements and you analyse them, they're generally the result of two things. There's a bringing together of different organisations, people who worked in many different areas, such as Real Democracy Now, Young People Without a Future, the Anti-Evictions Platform, many different social movements working in society as a result of the economic crisis, working on different issues. Where what they were trying to do, some of these movements, was to protect their rights, but at the same time, and this is the second element, is just chance. It's just a random something. Someone who, just had their taxes raised and decided to do something about it, and that triggers a social explosion. It's chance. It's just sort of random chance. And here there were just the coincidence. It wasn't the 15th of March. It was slightly a couple of days beforehand. But in this protest, they're all in the Gran Via in Madrid. And one person, bright spark, says, why don't we go to La Plaza del Sol? And then another bright spark says, well, what happens if we just stay here and camp out? And they did. So I think we have to really put things into perspective. Social movements and these types of social explosions, they don't come from nothing. There's something going on, but there is an element of chance and random chance in that, in the moment of their explosion. We did see a few things as well with the 15M movement, and there's a multiplying effect here. Now, in 2011, according to the Public Administration Ministry, and without counting Catalonia and the Basque Country, there was about 18,000 legal protests. The next year, 2012, there were 45,000. The next one, there were 47. In 2014, there were, again, 48,000. So after the 15M, there have been about 13,000 protests per day. So there's been a whole cascade of movements and protests. And when we look at the data, we can see that, in fact, in Spain, people they sign more petitions, more than ever. And I'm sure that digital platforms have something to do with this, and change.org has had something to do with it. There's been an explosion of people who now sign petitions. So there's been many more signatures collected up. And there's also been an increase in participation in social movements. And what has decreased has been the involvement in political parties and protest campaigns. So this is what's happened in Spain. And this is the result of a crisis, a triple or a fourfold crisis, if we also count the territorial crisis in Spain. And it all stems out of the fact that we do not feel represented. Citizens don't feel that the governments represent them and represent their interests. And there's an explanation for this. I'm just going to outline this very, very briefly. Spain, I should say. Spain, largest number of left-wing people, but we are very tolerant about immigration and homosexuals. This is what the polls say. So it's a society which is very tolerant, very progressive. So when they don't feel, when we had this dissatisfaction, instead of having the Trump phenomenon, we had the Podemos phenomenon. So we went to the left rather than to the right as a result of our dissatisfaction. Now, this society has a series of preferences. Now, the majority of people in Spain would prefer to pay more taxes if they get better public services, which is exactly the opposite of what's been done during the crisis. The economic policy didn't raise taxes in order to improve public services. It actually had belt-tightening policies instead. So this is why people feel that they're not represented. They don't agree with what's happening. And when we have the elections, one of the main functions of elections is that you can change what you don't like. But if you vote and then what you get is the same but sort of 3 times more intense, then there's a sense that democracy isn't working. I was voting to get rid of what I didn't like, and now what I've got is worse than before. So the crisis of representation, as I said, is a feeling that the policies don't reflect us, we don't like the policies, and it has to do with the fact that elections really didn't comply with one of their main functions, which is to change what people didn't like. Now, this is what was in the atmosphere, and this is what came up with what we call in English political orphans. There are about 50% of Spaniards in 2013 to say they didn't really feel affiliated to any political party. They were political orphans. They had no political party that represented them. Why did this happen? What are the reasons for this? And this is where I want to be a little bit provocative. I think there are 2 elements here that we should highlight. First of all, the public debate in Spain is of very, very low quality. We talk about a lot of things, but actually people don't know what they're talking about half the time. So we have accepted here that democracy only consists of voting. This is what people have accepted. And if people aren't voting every single day, then there can be no democracy. But democracy has to do with so many more things. It has to do with deliberation. It has to do with having institutions in which people engage in real debate and people explain why they do things. So it's not just voting. We have to also debate, and we have to explain, and we have to deliberate. Democracy has to do with a system that protects us to make sure that no one person has all the power. When we have Americans think about they wrote their constitution, they made sure that the president wouldn't be able to do exactly what it likes. So they have a division of power, they have the federal system as well. So democracy is more than voting. It has to do with deliberation, and it has to do with the checks and balances of the political system. And now we don't talk about that. So people are very angry, because people think that if, unless they're being consulted 24 hours a day, there's no democracy. But democracy isn't just reduced to the fact that people have to be asked 24 hours a day about absolutely everything. There are many things. They can talk about what the size or what size cage a chicken should be kept in on a farm, which was a referendum that was held. But perhaps farmers might be quite interested in that, but nobody else was particularly interested in, and find it difficult to adopt a stance. So often we don't talk about things that are really important, and there's an excessive simplification of everything in the public debate, at least, and as a result of that, people are getting very angry. Now, the second element, which I believe is behind all of this, is behind the fact that people have this sensation of not being represented, is the fact that we have inverted, it's been turned on its head, the idea of democracy. Democracy doesn't consist of doing what people want, it's something else altogether. Democracy, it consists of a political project which you explain, and that's democracy. The other thing is something else altogether. And I think that the debate has become a little bit perversified. Because if we just do what people want, then why do we need politicians? We just need sociologists who will be able to interpret the general common will through surveys. We wouldn't have to have a parliament. We wouldn't have to have a judiciary. We would just have people consistently consulting the population and just acting on the results. And that would be democracy. And if people don't think like us, then it doesn't matter how much you explain it to them. It means they're wrong. It doesn't matter. They're wrong. Because you have to listen to people, but people don't know, they're not always right. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're not right. And this requires a debate. It, again, requires deliberation and political positions, political stances. And since we have inverted all of this, we've turned it upside down. This is why we have this crisis. And I'm just going to stop now. This is just, I'm saying this to be a little bit provocative. The crisis stems from the fact that representation means that you're there when someone is absent. But people are no longer absent. People are present. They're present in the social media. They're present in the new technologies. They're present. But the problem is that those who are present generally are the ones who shout the loudest, the ones who have the most resources, because if you've got to work for 12 hours a day, then you can't just, be tweeting all day long. It's the people who have most resources the relation between the per capita income and political participation is a very close association. Those with most resources participate most, they shout the loudest, they're heard. So social media it's not a faithful reflection of society, it's distorted. So there are people who are present and they were absent beforehand and now they're present. That doesn't mean, if we listen to them, that we're doing what the people want. We're just listening to a certain segment of the population. Now, the representative crisis has to do with this. Many people are now present, but they're not representative of society as a whole. It has to do with the fact that public debate in many, many places is not a high quality debate. So we're talking about concepts and terms that are not appropriate. Sometimes they're not the correct ones. And we have inverted the whole idea. Democracy, at least when it's representative, has to do with the defence of political projects so that people can decide what sort of society they want to live in, and then they choose different political platforms. And we can discuss whether those platforms have to be social movements or political parties. It doesn't matter, they're platforms. But in terms of representation, this is what we're talking about here. We have a political crisis in our country, and this is why this political crisis affects other democracies as well, because what's happening to us is an isolated case. And in the year 2012, I wrote another book, and I went to Mexico to present it. And when I got off the plane, there were some journalists, and they said, "Mr. Urquizo, what do you think about the representation crisis that we're having here with these new political parties, political platforms?" And I go, "Oh, am I back in Madrid? Did the plane go in the wrong way? Did I just circle the air and then go back in Madrid?" And then I went to Switzerland, and they said, "What do you think about the crisis of representation we have in Switzerland with these new platforms?" I'm thinking, "Oh, my goodness, am I back in Madrid again, or have I gone to Switzerland?" So I think the same thing's happening all over the world, and it has to do with these elements. They can be perhaps more profound or less profound than in other places, but the same thing's happening all over the world. I'm quite optimistic about my country because, as I said, our dissatisfaction hasn't moved us to the right. It's actually, we've channeled it in a different direction. I think that's actually quite positive. So luckily we in Spain, our dissatisfaction has led us down a different path. But I'm sure I've been a little bit provocative, so I'm sure you'll all be attacking me and asking me many questions in the debate.
Me gustaría, antes de...
So before we pass the floor out to the people who are here, so the public, I would just like, regardless of the different approaches that each speaker has defended, I'd like to ask them a question, a very specific question. I'd like to know, how do you see from the moment from when the social movements launch an initiative, that moment, and they present it to the institutions, not just citizens, but the institutions, when in the institutions, when this is being debated, or they go to the public institutions to tell them their demands directly, talking directly to politicians in this participatory measures, or when they organize a consultation about a specific theme, in that moment, at that time, what are the moments of frustration? And what are the moments at which you most learn? So what can you see as those 2 points? The points of frustration, sources of frustration, and what are the fears as well? And what are the lessons that can be learned from those moments? That's what I wanted to ask you.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Iñaki, por la pregunta.
Thank you very much, Mr. Otamendi, for that question. I think the first moment of frustration is when you hear a politician basically avoiding their responsibilities, evading their responsibilities. And this is, again, back to the crisis of representation. Because the crisis of representation arises because we have, it's manifested through uprisings and protests, etc. But what it shows is that political parties no longer have the capacity to represent the population. I mean, maybe they never had that capacity in some countries, and that's very frustrating. It's very frustrating when you hear a politician evade their responsibility, their part in creating this crisis. Because we have a crisis, and one of the main people or elements responsible are the political parties and those who have been in power in the government. I apologize, but they don't have their microphones on, so I can't hear what they're saying.
So, I agree with Leticia to say that today political parties are no longer representative of population. And what was said to Spain about Spain just a few minutes ago, yesterday during our workshop, we said the same thing about Tunisia, that we have 200 parties and 60% of the people, they feel not represented by these parties. And they are not going to vote because they can't find a choice, valuable choice. So it's frustration and especially for young people. And it's a frustration when you have a success story like that. And the answer of the government is to make it fail and to stop it. And I think in some place, because it's show that you can do things in another way. In Jimna, the government failed to invest, to make, to create jobs, and to give hope to the people for destinies. And just in 5 years, the situation changed completely with the social movement. And so it's somehow it's making the government afraid that there is other solution than his solution, and it's a little bit it's the problem.
Recogiendo parte del guante que lanzas, pero lo.
Okay, I'm going to pick up the gauntlet that you've thrown down from me, or part of it anyway. I don't agree that there's a crisis of representation. There's a crisis of democracy in all its different dimensions. In Spain, the elected representatives have been corrupt. Often the mayor of Valencia has been re-elected many, many times over 20 years by the people of Valencia, and she's been involved in all sorts of cases of corruption. So I think there's a crisis of the values that underpin the system. And I think we should recognise the fact that the traditional system, political parties, isn't being eliminated because there are new people participating in politics. Political parties haven't disappeared. What has disappeared is this sort of function of being oracles, which is what they had beforehand, political parties. Mr. Urquizo said just a minute ago that we have to interpret what people want. But I don't understand why political parties should be the ones to interpret what people want. And I'm putting, salt in the wound here a little bit. But last year, the Socialist Party, no one in the Socialist Party wanted Rajoy to govern again here in Spain. And who made the decision to actually support his swearing in? Well, the party leaders. Because it's Donald Trump. And I'm sorry to mention Donald Trump again, but this is the way it works. We have to look at everything globally. If we keep searching outside our system for people who are responsible, for people to blame, then it won't work. It's society. Society has created its political parties. It's that society that has same society that created the political parties in the first place. And we need to be quite critical because not everything that's new is always going to be fantastic and wonderful. So we can't afford not to understand or not to take into account the evidence. What is in crisis is democracy itself. And if this democratic system is just based on the system that we, established in the 1970s, then we have a problem because 40 years have gone by and the world has changed. Right, I'm just going to try and answer the question that was asked, which has to do with the institutions and the moments of frustration, etc. I work and talk with social movements because I'm an MP. So I was, yesterday I met with a platform of young researchers who are interns and they want to improve their conditions and they want to know what we can do. I am an MP. I represent Teruel. And every Friday in my offices, I meet people. I hold meetings with all sorts of different people. And I have a very short experience in this field. But according to my experience, one of the major differences between these social movements, and they've been around for a long time now. Social movements or literature on social movements, there's a lot of it and it's very old, but the older the social movement, the longer it's been working, it relates better to people. It knows what to do. Because basically they know exactly what they have to ask, they understand which initiatives are the best ones, they know who they have to talk to in the administration. They have a greater degree of control. And the newer ones, the newer social movements, they just have to learn the mechanics of how everything works, the mechanics of a relationship with administration in order to get their way. So they're still learning. And I see this difference between the older and the newer social movements. But in the new social movements, their work that they're learning, it's a learning curve. The second element. I was a university lecturer until last year, and now I'm an MP. So I've seen both worlds. And I became a politician because I have a firm commitment to my country. And if I've become a politician, it's because I want to respond to citizens' wishes and will, not for any other reason. I think all of us who are working in politics, I believe they're all the same. They're there for the same reason. We all interpret our countries and our societies in a different way, and that's what makes us different. That's what distinguishes us, because we all want to live in a different society or different country, and we defend different ideas and projects. But I think it's not fair to say that politicians don't take any notice of the mood of the people, because that's why we're there. That's the main motivation for us to have become politicians in the first place. And it is frustrating. It's frustration because many of us go around the country explaining why we do what we do. And that can be frustration. If we travel 500 kilometers a day sometimes, and why do we do that? Because we want to explain to people what we've done, explain what we want to do, and engage in debate with them. And is it a crisis of democracy or representation? Well, I think that democracy has representative dimension, a direct dimension, and I don't think it's a crisis of democracy per se. I think democracy is going to continue to work. Perhaps with new elements, because the rules of the game have changed. We have new technologies. Society has changed. I often say this to my colleagues. The society has changed. It's much better informed. We have to talk. Citizens are much more intelligent than we give them credit for. We can't treat them like children. We have to actually, treat people who are listening to us as people who are going to understand and who are capable of understanding all our explanations. So I don't think it's a crisis of democracy. I think it's a crisis of representation because of the new technologies, because of the social changes. And it makes it much more difficult to represent people faithfully because you have to explain things a lot more. Now, you were talking about one MP asked me something on telly a little while ago. Now, this MP asked me a very direct question. I know who I was going to go and talk to on the interview when I went on telly, so I knew exactly what was going to happen. Because for those of you who are not from Spain, he's an MP who's very, very controversial here, who has very, very fixed ideas. And when he talks in the Parliament, he arises or triggers mixed reactions. He leaves no one indifferent. Some people cheer him, some people hate him, some people love him. He provokes very extreme emotions. Now, he said to me, did people vote you in to do what you did? And I said, well, I hope so. They voted me in for an entire mandate, for an entire term of office. I don't like to polarize things. I like to, I like to engage in dialogue. And I could have asked him, did people vote you in order to support a corrupt political party? I could have asked him that, but I didn't, because I didn't want to be like him. I have a different idea of politics from here, which is why I didn't ask him that question, which would have been quite a good rejoinder, I believe. Now, the activity of a politician, when we're talking about that, I think we've lost our perspective. If the PP party is in power here in Spain, it's because people have voted for him, because we simply, Podemos and the Socialists, didn't have the votes. So society voted for the PP party. So we can't exaggerate things. People who are in power aren't in power because nobody voted for them. They're in power because people voted for them. And they got the most votes. And we are a fragmented country. We have more than two parties. It's not just a two-party system. And often if we look out into the world, what do we see? Coalition governments. The majority of governments that have been formed over the last 20 years are coalition governments. So what's happening here happens everywhere. But if, for example, if we lived in Denmark, then things would have been very different because the mechanism is different in Denmark in comparison to what it is here. So we have to understand all of this, and we have to understand how we can work in order to move forward rather than just, blaming each other and throwing reproaches around, because we all defend a different model of the country. And I don't defend a country which is governed by the PP party. I defend a country in which people can talk about things, where there's an opposition party, where there's consensus, where we can all be walking in the same direction without leaving anyone behind. There's no polarization, there's no imposition of minorities or majorities.
Let's go now to questions from the floor. And I have the power because I am the moderator, so please raise your hands, those of you who have a question to ask, but who are in a social movement. Those of you who are in a social movement, raise your hand if you have a question. That is, those of you who are not in university or in institutions, but in social movements. And then once you are given the microphone, tell us about what social movement you come from. So, from social movements, you come from a social movement? I see that you have raised your hand, 4 of you. I work in university. I am an activist and I participated at the 15M movement from the beginning. Right now I am cooperating with the city council in Barcelona. Well, yes, it is very difficult to fulfill all your requirements. Okay, so then a very short question for you. Well, yes, I have a comment about the role being played by social movements in society. In terms of representativity, we tend to neglect them because they don't have or they don't represent an important volume in terms of numbers. But I think that if we talk about the 15M and other emerging movements, those movements are catalyzers of most of the conflicts which then are transferred into specific struggles and specific rights, such as we have seen in the history of democracy, because there is something fundamental. We need to understand the practices those movements have, because they are able to anticipate things. Yes, they are able to anticipate what to do when we are thinking about new ways of democracy. 15M has been a laboratory. Well, just like Joe. So please, tell me, which is your question? I am acting like Joe here. So the question is, what is the role that social movements should be playing in terms of transforming democracy? What is the active role we should be playing in this new paradigm? Well, I belong to the anti-militarist movement. Then I am also an activist in other movements. I am also working for the city council in Barcelona. Yes, also. Yes, but I have a very short question. Well, those are different movements. Well, I just had a question. A short one. I would like to ask Jose Ignacio to give me just one single example where institutional deliberation has given results. Deliberation. I'm talking about a debate process where you, the representatives, end up transforming your principles, transforming your ideas to come up with a result. In the 30 Yes, in my whole life I have never seen that. The debate is getting worse and worse, as we all see on television. So you say that we have to recover something, but I don't know exactly what we have to recover. 2 more? Yes, somebody there at the end, a boy. I'm going to speak in Spanish. Sorry if I make mistakes. I belong to a movement in the US which is trying to abolish financial corruption in our system. Here comes my question. It is easy to speak about something or to speak against something, but it is much more difficult to have a coalition in favor of something. So what I see is that here we are going from... yes, what we need is proposal. Well,
my question is that once movements go from being in opposition to something, so whether it's Franco or financial corruption, how do you deal with the ideological diversity in your movements, which you all spoke of as being such a characteristic? How do you deal with internal conflict to maintain this kind of citizen support without it becoming so fractured that the movement fails?
Sí.
Y luego la respuesta por parte de los...
and then we will listen to the reply.
For Senor Gitsu.
You are for a movement, social movement. You are part of a social movement.
I'm an activist for direct democracy in the Republic of Ireland. My question is that, listening to Senor Gitsu, I got the impression that he was advocating that social movements have to learn to become like the existing movements. And I felt that that was advocating a continuation of the stealth democracy that has caused the crisis of legitimacy that has given rise to the social movements. So my question is, just as when things become blocked in the human body or in our cities, we have bypasses. Do you not think that it is a good thing to have citizen-initiated referendums on all issues as a means of bypassing blocked systems and restoring legitimacy, which would be complementary to the existing representative system, but not just a mere continuation of the stealth democracy, which, if I've understood you correctly, you didn't use that word, I'm using it, and I'm saying that that's what you're advocating.
Bueno, pues como queráis aquí desde la mesa podéis ir respondiendo.
You can start replying.
Bueno, igual no sé si hay preguntas directas para mí, pero voy a tomar alguna de los comentarios generales.
Well, I don't think that there was a question directly asked for me, but I'm going to try and reply to the comments. 15M. Well, in Latin America, we know very well this movement, the 15M movement, and its impact not only in Spain, but also its impact in terms of other progressive political parties. What I would like to say are two things. First, yes, 15M was very important, but that is not something unique. In Latin America, we have had different 15Ms in Bolivia with water, in Ecuador, in Argentina in the year 2001, etc., etc. We also have had many movements protesting, such as the 15M movement. So if we take a look at the history of political parties, yes, and this is linked to a question asked. Yes, the history of political parties has always been in contact with social movements, as Fernando was saying first. Trade unions were important, but I could also say that the 8 hours law passed in Uruguay was thanks to Spanish immigrants, anarchists who did their job. So always political parties, they nourish themselves, they work hand in hand sometimes with activists and with intellectuals, and I think that the representation crisis takes place when politicians get far away from society, when they are not listening, when there are no communication channels. That is why I think that the biggest responsibility is up to politicians. Yes, it is true, I agree. It is much more difficult today to... Representativity is much more difficult today compared to 100 years ago. Among other things, because there were no sociological minorities, it is much more difficult to represent. Yes, but it is also true that politicians have remained at a distance. And they have generated that gap. That is why this representation crisis, first of all, those to blame are political parties, our political parties and politicians in particular. Thank you, Alicia. I have been told that we need to respect timetables, so please be agile when replying, and let's try and respect the time allowed. Okay, very swift and agile. There is a risk because, yes, we have seen that through history of having an institutional phagocytation of movements. When they are able to make proposals, political proposals, they can end up dedicating too much time to institutions and not to be nourishing or feeding their movement. That has happened in Spain in many cases, but that is a risk. Then political parties, traditional ones, I think that it is important for you here in Spain and abroad that the world is changing. Listen, in Spain, political parties are changing their name. We don't have the Socialist Party or the Communist Party. You are the only ones who still have the same name. The Spanish Socialists, Working Party. But we have Ciudadanos, we have Podemos, we can Ganemos, Let's Win. Names do not really represent the same things as political parties because things are changing. So I think that we should not say that all political parties are bad and the new are good. No, we cannot say that. There are good things that should be taken advantage of in traditional parties, and there are very good new things too in new political parties. So we need to establish dialogue channels because if not, we won't be able to move forward. We need to acknowledge that there are different realities and that we are in a different social moment. Yes, Ms. Merkel or the International Monetary Fund and the Troika, those are the ones who have real power. If power is outside of our reach, it is difficult to take it. Yes, it's true. Those names have changed. How many political parties are there in the world which are more than 1 century old? Only 12 have been there for more than 1 century. So, we are not unique. So, social movements, are they avant-garde? Yes. What is the role to play? Well, I don't know about the future because I guess that in the future they will have to play a new role. But yes, protest, they need to claim. Yes, social movements, that is what they do because a social movement, even if they want to go to competitions, they can do that. They can do whatever they want. There are no limits, no limitations. A social movement is different from a political party, and that is why I think that political parties will always be there, because political parties are the only organization that can give a reply to anything, to everything, in terms of the labor market, economy, the environment. But on the other hand, social movements, many of them specialize into a topic or a field. So that is why political parties are different and they have a future, because they are the only ones who are able to have a global project for many different things. But social movements have a long future ahead of them. Yes, of course, they can become whatever they want to become. Yes, sure, we should not establish limitations. Results. A result would be if we ended up changing our mind. If we go to parliament and then, because Mr. Rufain has said something, then I could change my mind. Yes, sometimes I was defending a proposal not long ago in the Education Commission because I am the spokesperson in the Congress, and I said that we needed to reduce university taxes, and a colleague from Esquerra who was going to vote against, after listening to me, he said, okay, I'm going to change my vote. So sometimes we convince people, but that is not the role of deliberation. Yes, accountability should be the key. We need to be accountable. We politicians need to explain what we do and why we do it. And we have to be accountable in institutions, as always, but also now we have to be accountable through Twitter and Facebook. But they are very recent, and television has been there for longer. But institutions were the place for accountability. It was there where we had to go and explain what we were doing. So what is the result of the deliberation? The result is that through deliberation we can expose our ideas and people will know why we do what we do. Yes, because we share and we speak about all that. the results and coalitions. Yes, I think that what our colleague from the US was saying was very, very interesting. The secret about the 15M is that 70% of Spanish people thought that that was positive, and then there were many people who shared that 15M had huge social support, and that is why it was, sustained in time. After years, percentages were the same. Social support is very wide. Why? Because we were not proposing things. They just took that disaffection because we were very angry. Never before so many people had been so very critical. Yes, that has been a record. So that state of mood is what people in the 15M were able to use and channel. Yes, that disaffection, the fact that people were angry was essential. And then for the Irish colleague, yes, for instance, let's talk about the referendums. And yes, of course, I respect what you say. Referendums should be important to ask about fundamental things. And it is good for society that when we talk about key, essential, fundamental things, I think that we should give our view, but a referendum only after a public debate. Referendums in many countries, such as in Canada, they took place after years and years of public deliberation. We didn't say from one day to the other, let's have a referendum. And in the UK, the same thing. A referendum is the result of something more. People need to have been debating before. Second, referendums, if possible, what we obtain after the referendum, we should end up being better compared to the situation before. Let's take the case in Colombia. There was a peace process, and after the result, I don't think that the situation is any better now in terms of the peace process. So, referendums, yes, but being conscious about that. Sometimes results can end up generating a problem that we didn't have before. And I am not in favor of referendums for anything and for everything. No, because also, as I said before, if we vote a lot, and that happens in Switzerland, and if not, let's take a look at the participation rates in referendum. No, we are not talking about 80% of people voting, but I think that people voting represent 30 or 40% of the population. Then results, that is, I insist, referendums. I think that we need to look at this from the distance or take it easy, because referendums are not going to be the solution for all our problems.
Something about to change from against something to be together, to build something, or to be in favor of something. What I have to say is that in Tunisia, before the revolution, there is a movement, October 18th, and it was from people, from Islamists to the extreme left, with political parties, with union trade person, human rights activists, and the goal was against Ben Ali and the government of Ben Ali. After the revolution, it was very hard to find a common point between them. And they changed completely. And they accept some people that work with Ben Ali and not to agree with the other person that they have next to him just few days before, when they were against the dictatorship. So it's very hard, and I think in Tunisia we failed on that, and it's a real problem.
Bueno, Alicia, eres la que más se ha ajustado al tiempo, así que súper.
Alicia, yes, very, very quickly for you. Yes, you were talking about deliberating. Yes, this is something very complex. In the case of my country of Uruguay, all the laws I was telling you about, the original proposal was one, and the result was another, was different. All those laws were modified. Why were they modified? Well, as a result of the intervention of social movements, as a result of the intervention of the different political parties. And to have those laws passed, we needed deliberation. Deliberation is possible. And that is not only linked to accountability. The idea is to try and promote laws that will end up having the widest support possible. And also the support from those people who are going to be affected. For instance, if we are talking about a law for the elderly, for instance, or for children, then we wanted to listen to all those voices, to all those people. So that implies talking about a law which is going to have lots of deliberation. But that was neither the original project from the government that was agreed upon, and that is why deliberation is important. Okay, so we are going to continue with the next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we are continuing directly because, you know, we have some lunchtime after 2. So the next panel is about the digital way to modern direct democracy. And please come up, the speakers of that, Pablo Soto, Gesa Teseni, Stefan Klauser, Daniel Schilly, and Nico. No? You don't have to. Okay. And Lourdes Perez is the chair. Thank you.
Vale. A ver, los que estáis al lado de la ventana, ¿podéis abrir?
Those next to the windows, please, could you please open the windows?
Pero está Eva ahí.
Eva, please.
Arratsaldeon, buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon.
Vamos con un poquito de retraso sobre el horario previsto.
We have a little bit of delay. We are, so I encourage you to please be seated so that we can get started. So, I was saying good afternoon. Welcome to 6th roundtable, 6th panel. We are going to be talking about the digital way to modern direct democracy. Well, to do so, we have 4 experts who come from different fields, but who share something, which is the importance of technologies to help us participate. So first, I will be introducing one by one the speakers. I will be asking a common question for the 4 of them. Then we will open the floor. We will have 20 minutes of debate, and I hope it will be intense, passionate, and constructive. And then there will be questions, 15 minutes for the floor, because I'm sure that you all are going to be willing to ask. We have not got ready, but you are perfectly seated for the presentation. By my side, Gesat Deseni, I don't know if I pronounced it well, whose CV, I am going to try and sum up his CV. He has a degree in law, political sciences in Budapest, where he was born, even if he is also a Dutch citizen. He has been advising institutions such as the Council of Europe, the Europe Chamber, an expert in interculturality and attention to refugees, and one of the founders of Inter-Civil Society, the headquarters of which is in London. So the common question for all of them is, which are the opportunities that we have now for democracy in terms of technology?
Thought that the introduction goes through first and then we all speak one after another, but if you prefer, I'm happy to say my thoughts. Yes, I believe there are a lot of opportunities, and I think that we are at the stage where many of us have seen many of us have seen already a lot of these opportunities manifested in reality, and it's very encouraging what we have heard in recent sessions from many of those who were sitting either here or in other rooms and speaking to us about their own experience and pioneering work in advancing democracy. And here, if there is a chance to say something, I would say that we are at crossroads of democracy. We are having a situation when A lot of people had enough of the existing so-called elite or those political parties which have been in power in most countries for decades. And then when they are fed up with that, they have the alternative either to stay home when it comes to the ballot box, or they vote for extremely nonsensical or new nasty parties, or our great beloved leader who would solve everything alone. And the good news is that there could be some alternative, another alternative to these choices, and this is what I would like to try to talk about later on. Thank you.
Son disciplinados, eso es.
They're very disciplined, aren't you? Very good. I'm very happy that you're so disciplined. Now, next to him is Sophie von Hatzfeld, who was born in Mexico, but she's German, and she is responsible for the European Programme on International Democracy. She's an expert in public policies and conflict resolution, and she has worked, among others, for the Evert Foundation, the Human Rights Watch, and Amnesty International. So, can you talk to us about how the digital tools can help us on the road to direct modern democracy?
Well, right now I'm working at Democracy International, where the focus of our work is at the European level. I am amazed by all the enthusiasm and experiences that we've heard in the past 2 days about experiences at the local level. At the European level, the situation is quite different, and there's primarily frustrations with participation, democracy, not even to mention direct democracy. While in fact it's more vital than ever at the European level, I don't think I need to mention to anyone what the consequences right now are of the trust crisis at the EU level. So at the European level, I think the opportunities of digital tools are extreme. In fact, I think democracy cannot further develop at the European level without using digital technologies, because of the distance, because of the number of people, because of the plurality of languages, cultures, just to mention a few. So far, it's been primarily a one-way road, the use of digital tools, so it's been mostly used to inform people, maybe to consult them, but very little to bring in ideas into the process. There is one tool that was introduced with the Lisbon Treaty, and it's been in practice now since 4 years. It's called the European Citizens Initiative, which is quite a radical tool in a way, because it does allow citizens to shape the EU policy agenda at a transnational level. So it's the first instrument that exists at the transnational level. If you collect 1 million signatures from at least 7 of the member states within 1 year, then you can request the European Commission to write a new law on that issue. To a certain extent, it is a direct democratic instrument, because the institutions are obliged to respond. They are obliged to enter into a conversation to a certain extent with the organizers. But that's also it. There's no obligation to act on it and to turn it into law. And in fact, the initial enthusiasm and hope of the instrument has declined since the beginning. At the moment, this year, there's been 3 initiatives launched, which compared with the 14,000 that were launched in Madrid, as we heard earlier, is just, it's crazy. So how do we use digital tools to really get the ECI to work as an instrument itself, which many in this room fought for many, many years to even get it to exist, but also to then be able to build on it and advance it to further reaching direct democracy tools. So one of the main problems of the European Citizens Initiative is that it's hardly known. Hardly anybody in Europe knows of the existence of this tool. So we have this very nice metaphor of a watermill that has been built, but there's no water flowing through it. And so digital tools offer the possibility to build a kind of public infrastructure to really bring the water through this mill. And we at Democracy International have the plan for next year to build kind of a public, non-commercial participation platform to get people around the ECI to using an online platform, building a database of users, also having journalistic coverage, pro and con arguments for the ECI, but also having more interactive elements where people from different countries can connect around issues to launch initiatives together, also adding a more deliberative aspect to it so that people can discuss the issues across different countries. So this is one main potential of digital tools. Do I have another moment, or I move it on?
Igual lo dejamos. Perhaps we can just leave any other questions for the next round of questions, because I hope that there will be some questions and I'm going to try to intervene as little as possible. We'd now like to say a welcome to Stefan Klauser, who is a digital developer. I found it very difficult to find your CV, in fact, on the internet, which is a bit of a contradiction. But he belongs to the Zurich Federal School, which is very prestigious. And many Nobel laureates have gone there, including Albert Einstein. He works with computational technology in order to develop direct democracy in a country in which this is very present. This is Switzerland. So my question is the same thing. Do digital tools really open up a new window of opportunity for developing direct democracy?
So thank you very much, Lourdes, for the kind introduction. That's actually not a contradiction, it's called privacy. No, but to be serious, many of the aspects that I want to talk about we have actually already heard, but let me anyway frame it a bit differently one more time, and especially also for the people at home that want to listen to this panel, just to get a glimpse of what it is actually about. So democracy these days, we have heard it quite a few times, is under attack. Even in traditional strongholds of democracy like Europe or the United States, I don't have to name any other countries, there are a lot of people turning away from democratic processes, and there's quite some frustration with how the democratic process actually works. And we see a lot of very close races. So what's the problem? What are we dealing with? I think in times of digital media, in particular social media, there is a lot of polarization. There's a lot of polarizing of the electorate, especially in close winner-takes-it-all elections. This has to do with the phenomenon of the so-called filter bubbles or echo chambers that we heard about before. This has been mentioned a few times, but let me outline these mechanisms again. So echo chambers mean that people sharing similar ideas and similar ideals are actually listening to the same media channels. They're talking to their similar friends on Facebook, and they're actually following the same channels on YouTube. They're reading the same news on Twitter. So their ideas are getting reinforced over and over again, and so people are getting more extreme and they're getting more polarized. So this leads to many problems, and one of it is that there is actually no objective truth anymore. That's what we call that we live in a fact-free world from time to time. So how does this work? In these so-called echo chambers, there's also a lot of bots, chat bots, and trolls active. What are trolls? Trolls are actually people that are paid for spreading a certain message on Facebook or Twitter or any other channel. And the bots are actually automated tweet bots that are in principle algorithms that can react to news and that can spread news. And this means that companies or rich individuals today, they have the possibility to reshape our thinking. And they really have the possibility to polarize the electorate. So what can we do about it? There has even been an experiment in connection with the US election, just to tell you how important this is, where people deliberately changed sides and they consumed over a certain period only the news from the filter bubble of their opponents. And this had a very strong effect on their psyche. Some people even described it that they felt like it was waterboarding to them. I mean, this is very extreme, but you see how disturbing it must be to actually change to a different filter bubble. So this process leads to a lot of close 50-50 races and consequently to a lot of frustration with how the democratic process is working. Examples can be seen everywhere around the world, from Colombia over the Swiss referendum on mass immigration, Brexit, or the US elections. So what are the solutions that are actually commonly proposed? Talking about the US election, it becomes increasingly clear that a lot of people turn away from democratic ideals. And they want to have a new system with less checks and balances because this should be more effective in their view. The president-elect, I'm not going to say his name again, he actually appointed somebody for his transition team that is called Peter Thiel. He's an entrepreneur in the Silicon Valley, and he openly opposes democratic processes, right? He said recently that he doesn't believe anymore that democracy and freedom can work together. And he once said that he believes that it was a mistake to give women democratic voting rights too. And such a person is now in a transition team of a president-elect. So we have to see that there are a lot of people supporting new movements that leads to a situation where machines are taking decisions, where algorithms are in charge. This is a very centralized system. There are movements like Watson for President. They are all based on big data, and they're not based on democratic ideals that we share around here. So others propose more regulation. We heard about regulation yesterday. I don't think that regulation is the way to go. The laws that are out there are sufficient. And regulation of social media leads to a process where people are getting, they think that there is censorship and they cannot speak freely. So what do we propose? Actually create new spaces where people can deliberate in a way foreseen by Habermas or Fishkin. We call these massive online deliberation platforms. This is not very new neither, but it's very important to see what are the central elements of these moves. There must be moderated, there must be effective rating systems promoting balanced views. We need artificial intelligence to detect trolls and bots and other abusive activities. There needs to be gamification, augmented reality, incentives, and easy accessibility to motivate people, especially young people, to participate. Okay, I tried to stay within the 5 minutes, and anyway, but I slow down a bit. Okay. Like this, we create spaces that are overarching the political spectrum again and break up these filter bubbles. So they have a moderating effect. I cannot go into more details here, but we have a workshop after lunch where we can go into more details and also in the questions afterwards. The beauty of it is that these platforms can be used in very different political systems, and as they're decentralized and anonymity preserving. So to sum it up very quickly and make it clear again, filter bubbles and aggressive campaigning have led to an extremely polarized electorate and a fact-free world. In many democracies, it's figuratively speaking 5-12. We have to be innovative now to break up these echo chambers. Technology can be used for the good, but also for the bad, and now we have to use it for the good to support democratic processes. We don't want to lose the democratic ideals that we've been fighting for over the last hundreds or thousands of years. So Santiago called it healing the democratic psyche yesterday. So we have to relearn how to deliberate. So let us use technology strategically now for the good. Thank you.
Al final le voy a dar un pequeño turno a Gesa.
Okay, I'm going to let Gesa have a little bit more time because he was the most precise. So I'm just trying to be a little bit later on. It'll happen after Pablo finishes. I'll give Gesa a few more moments because you were the. Pablo is a software developer. He came out into the news because he talked about technology and he's actually got into trouble with the law as a result of some of the things that he did. He is a member of the 15M movement, and he is now an MP in Madrid. So welcome, Pablo. And the same question for you. Can technology help us to perfect democracy?
I might speak in English. Thank you very much for the introduction. Going directly to the question, if technology is going to help us build a better democracy, absolutely. What has happened in the last half or in the last quarter of the 20th century was a technological revolution. The most important technological advance in the history of mankind is probably the internet. It is totally unthinkable that this technology revolution wouldn't end up in a kind of big social change. If you compare it with the printing press, for example, when the printing press was invented, an enormous list of changes slowly but very progressively started to happen. We will see the Enlightenment. We will see a cycle of liberal revolutions that brought the kind of democracies that we have now. And that was the printing press. If you compare it with the internet, that is like the printing press 1 million times, think what could happen. So yes, it's not only a possibility, but it's a fact. Society is going to change just like any industry is being changed, just like anything. So yes. Now, how is it going to change? How is it going to give shape to the democracy? Well, we are in a moment in which we are in the middle of a revolution. And it is very, very difficult always to understand what are the options and what are the outcomes when you're in the middle of it. So what I could tell right now is that many governments are in a dilemma. They are embracing the arguments to defend the status quo, and we are talking about pure representative democracy. We had an intervention by a politician here, Mr. Urquizu. He was defending the representative system, and he was pretty much advocating for it, using arguments that were used 2 centuries ago, but the technology that we have now changes everything. Why did we use the representative system? Because we didn't have any option. We didn't have a way to have millions of people agreeing in something and debating about something and taking a decision together. It was very difficult. Some places in the world, like Switzerland, got some ways to do it. But in many countries, that was difficult, and the easy path to consensus was to put some people together. We elect those people, put some people together, and let them decide. But today, on a daily basis, millions of people are doing things together on the internet. So there's this situation in which there's no really a reason not to try to use that power to make politics as well. And that has a name, and it's direct democracy. So that's it.
Gesa nos había empezado.
Bueno, Gesa started to describe how part of the population has gotten tired of the elite and the crossroads that we are. So you can have a couple more minutes to finish your intervention.
Explanatory note that I just thought we would give a 2-sentence answer and later on we get into the details, whereas it turned out to be slightly different, so apologies to everybody about this. Basically, I would not, as some of us said yesterday already in some of the sessions, that there's no polarity between direct democracy and representative democracy. Even a Swiss system is not pure direct democracy. There are a lot of elements mixing, and it's basically rather a scale than twins. Yesterday somebody said it's a twin concept. There are scales, so between direct and representative democracy, and if a lot of people are alienated from what there is. So they are not voting or doing protest votes for parties which often their actions and words not necessarily guarantee a bright future for society and democracy itself. Then the question is, how do we deal with what can we offer to people who have different opinions, but they agree only that we are not happy with what's happening? And in that sense, the answer, and I'm using not just in technological terms the word platform, but a platform as from parties towards a platform. If you look at the words, words do matter. The word party means a part of something, a slice of a cake. A platform is on which the entire cake is. So that gives you an idea of what I'm trying to tell you now, that we devised something which does not need any legislative change. Iceland was trying to change even the constitution. We suggest that in any given legal system which is more or less democratic and you have laws, you can introduce a political party which is a political party in its name, but in substance it is a platform. So this platform does have zero ideology and zero policy positions. And the only promise we make to the electorate that if you elect us, we will keep asking you about the most important questions, and whatever your majority opinion will be on those questions, this is what we are going to represent in the parliament tomorrow. So this is the very short description what we suggest, and I just would like to give you a little bit of taste, because I don't have that much time, about 7 main innovations which this brings in to democracy, democratic politics. The first one is real-time democracy, which is not a distinction between whether it is direct or representative democracy, but it is something which citizens are exercising on an ongoing basis, of course, with moderation, with the number of questions you're asking and how often you ask it, etc., but these are technicalities. The second one, which allows people to exercise real-time leadership. Mahatma Gandhi never been in any position, in any office. He was not even elected. Yet, very few of us would question that he was an extremely effective leader who brought about significant changes in history, and he, in a certain way, brought down the British Empire in a certain part of the world. So what we are saying is that politicians are not supreme human beings. Sorry to some of you if you are present, but just another citizen. Citizens and politicians are equal, and politicians are sent to parliament to represent the citizens. So in that sense, when you have a deliberative stage before there is a public vote on a certain issue which would instruct the public opinion platform, which is the name of this, in short POP, P-O-P. This platform is that people can convince other people. So if you have a very effective communicator, someone whose name is not allowed to be said at this conference, and he is convincing the majority of the electorate that this is the good solution to this question, then this will go through. If you can counteract this, you can convince people better, I think this is democracy, then you have real-time leadership, whether you are a citizen or a politician or a government official. Doesn't matter. You are equal. We are all equal people. So that's real-time leadership. The question of inclusive digital democracy is the third innovation we mentioned, and that is simply beyond digital democracy, which we all recognize is a new opportunity and it can reach a lot of people, but there are a lot of people in rural areas, older people, etc., who don't necessarily have access to that. So we need to develop a system in which digital democracy, or the geeks, can connect with those who are otherwise not reached. So this actually, yesterday I had a question about this to one of the panel members. Then there are, and I will finish, 3 more points, no, 4. One promise only, election campaign. The only promise what we make is not that we do this or that policies, because we don't, but that every time when there's a significant question, we are going to electorate, ask the electorate, and regardless where you come from, which party member you are, you can vote on this platform as an equal citizen, and then you instruct us how to represent this in the parliament. Then there is the intra-constitutional transformation, which I already said, that we don't need to change any laws. You can register tomorrow your public opinion platform as a political party in any of your countries, and you can go ahead. And then political coalition incapacity is logical. If you cannot say what your position will be on certain issues, you cannot form a coalition with any other parties because you don't know what the public will say about this subject next month. And then finally, a political corruption incapacity, because I think a billionaire who comes to me and wants to offer me money as a pop representative is an idiot, because he's wasting his money. I cannot guarantee to do what he wants me to do as a politician because I'm waiting for the instructions from the majority. So he can bribe the majority of the population if he's so rich, but then it's good luck. Thank you.
Bueno, moderar esta mesa también es un ejercicio de...
Okay, I think that chairing this session is a bit of a democratic challenge as well. I don't think we've been fair with the time distribution, so I'm sorry about that. We'll try to redress it during the debate. Now, I have a first question here. Now, you talk about technology and the development of democracy and how it's had an impact on it. But my question is, what we win on one side, do we not lose on another side? If technology is bringing about, isn't it bringing about new elites as a result of technology? And are we not just leaving to one side digital illiterates? And there are many people who are digitally illiterate. And is this not just a new system of elites?
Sí. Bueno, esta la contesto en español.
Okay, I'm going to do this one in Spanish so we can sort of chop and change around a little bit. Now, this argument, the argument of the digital divide, which is what we call it, basically says that since not everyone has access to the internet and not everybody is literate in the digital world, then we're limiting these participatory channels and we're leaving a lot of people out and we're creating a new elite class. And this is true. And it reminds us, it reminds me of the historical arguments that were used when we were talking about how we shouldn't give illiterate people the vote. So before, people who couldn't read weren't allowed to vote. And the argument used to keep them from voting was the fact that they couldn't read. The same thing with women. And then actually what happened? When these people were actually allowed to vote, then they became emancipated. They learned to read. The women came out of the kitchen. They became emancipated. They entered into the political sphere. So that's number one. There's a bit of a myth around all this, because if you look at the numbers in Madrid, for example, this is the data that we have, more than 85% of the population has a smartphone connected up to the internet in Madrid. There are much wider divide. We have the gender divide. We have the labour divide, which leaves a lot more people out than the digital divide. It's a bit of a myth, I believe, the digital divide. Another one. When we set up digital participation platforms, we're not constructing digital democracy. Digital democracy doesn't exist, really. Voting by mail doesn't create a postal democracy. It's just a new channel. It's an alternative channel to let more people join in the democratic process. But it's just a new channel. It's a new pathway. But we still have the ballot boxes, and they're still there if that's what you like to do. But why should I trust this new technological elite? Why shouldn't I trust traditional politicians? Why should I trust you more than traditional politicians? You said that the European initiative, the citizens' initiative, people don't know about it. So why should I trust the new technological elite more than the traditional politicians?
I completely agree with Pablo that digital tools are not a solution. They're not the alternative. They're just an enabler to participate. A tool. They're a tool. They're a tool, exactly. And
nobody said to me that I have to do a presentation. No. Sorry.
He couldn't present himself.
Sorry. No, pero no me habían dicho.
No, I had not been told. Maybe I misunderstood. I thought that you were going to be staying here. Sorry, I think that I misunderstood things. I was told that you were going to be speaking later, but not now.
I mean, that's why also it has to be embedded within a bigger process. So, for example, at the European level, the digital tools for participation or for enhancing democracy have to be embedded within the digital agenda of the European Union. It has to be a much bigger process. Even at the concrete level of individual tools, they have to be embedded within the policy process. They need a preparation, they need a follow-up. They cannot just be placed online and expect people to participate. You have to embed it within a much wider strategy of reaching a lot of people. That's also one of the reasons I said you need to encourage you need a supportive infrastructure for such instruments. You cannot just put it out there and expect people to run towards these platforms and engage. You have to encourage people to participate. You have to use resources to promote it. You have to go to schools and tell people that these tools exist and how to use them. You don't tell them how to use them, but that they should use them. And it's not the solution that you just place out there.
Yeah, you could put it like this. It's about complementing, not substituting for anything, right? So it's just offering a new way to deliberate, and that's what we're proposing. And it's a lot about easy accessibility and usability. These tools have to be easy enough so that all of us, even the less digital native people, can use them. And they can be upgraded over time, because the people that are young now and they're going to participate in a political process in the future, they are digital natives, and for them it's totally, absolutely normal to participate this way, and this is important to see. So I don't see the big issue there neither. We just have to be clear at the moment that this is not going to be that one channel, but this has been said before. Maybe Nicolas, you would want to add something.
So actually I will follow. So we have been running a test. I was a bit disappointed yesterday because few people had voted. It turns out that there was a small problem on some of your phones. As a testament to our system, I know that 20 of you managed to vote yesterday evening, but I don't know who, because you're anonymous. So if you have problems with voting, either find someone who managed or come and see me, because we did something earlier today. Someone who had no online access, no phone or computers, came to me and securely voted with me. I have no idea what that person voted for, neither the question nor the answer, but that person voted securely and without having access. So it is possible to join the people who are digital natives and people who aren't through collaboration, and to have mixed systems where we have an online platform which is compatible with postal voting and with different systems. Now, the thing is, someone commented that someone gave me back their ballot, told me, I am not an expert on this, I don't want to vote, I want a deliberative platform. And that's exactly the point you were raising earlier. And the thing is, we have just a tool. That tool is meant to go with other tools. In France, we have such a thing for deliberative democracy. It's purely as an advisory status. People discuss it, and then it goes to the legislators. But what we propose is that there is a general discussion through online tools, through debate, and then the vote is still in the hands of the people, not just as an advisory position, but the people decide and deliberate, and then a sample of them, some of them choose, and they are representative for the rest, thanks to the system.
Getza y després Stefan.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe that there is an opportunity here which is embedded in a potential problem. The problem is our societies are not only divided interculturally, it's also increasingly politically divided intergenerationally. And the thing is that we have here a significant generation divide, maybe not in Iceland or Estonia or Denmark, but in many other countries to a very large extent that parts of the population are digitally not connected. So if we are able to develop ways to use the geeks to reach out, because today you had here people in the same room, that's the easy way. But if you are having people 100 kilometers away in a small village who doesn't know about the whole thing, how do you connect with that? So I think this is where we need a lot of new innovation to introduce, and it can also help to develop a better spirit of cooperation between people of different generations, which is a grave problem today, and we see it in the voting results and who votes how in big elections and referenda, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord. Just to add something about trust, right? So you asked, why should we trust these new portals or platforms more than we trust the ones that are here today? And it's about transparency. If you look at the Facebooks and Twitters and whoever of the world today, it's not transparent. It's not transparent who is saying what is paid by whom, who is like reinforcing which beliefs. The new platforms, they should be decentralized. That's a central element of the new platforms. And we have the technology out there now today. There is blockchain technology coming out. I don't have time to explain it, but it's a decentralized way to share information where nobody has the possibility to actually alter information, to intercept, or to have any form of trying to manipulate the discussion. And these are the tools that we now can use, and this is what adds trust to the whole discussion. And I think we should really embrace these possibilities.
The blockchain technology will be discussed in more depth during the workshop this afternoon.
Yo no me resisto a hacer una pregunta final.
I have a final question for Getza. Yes, you were sharing with us an example. Coming from Iceland was your example? Yes, a platform where the aspiration is to have the opinion of citizens. Well, the political party ends up being a platform, a digital platform, where they would be knowing about what the citizens think. Well, I don't know, could you please elaborate that a bit more, what you spoken before? What if citizens who give their opinion through that platform, for instance, want death penalty? Then how can we control that? Well, I'm here, the advocate of devil.
There's kind of two different questions. Death penalty, I don't know if we have time to get into that, but I would be happy to answer it. But then the other question, I was simply referring to the level of digital literacy on some countries which happen to be, many of them in the north, like Iceland, like Estonia, like Denmark, Sweden, etc., Finland, where, a large significant part of the population is regularly using digital technology, so it's not such a big problem. There's a small minority of the population which cannot be reached through digital technology, whereas in other countries and in other parts it is more difficult, and that's what I was just mentioning. On death penalty, I heard this argument about direct democracy, and then I introduced this to an old professor of human rights, actually. And then he said that, are you going to allow them to reintroduce death penalty? And it is a question of public opinion, indeed. I am not in favor of death penalty, don't misread me. But we have only two potential sources of legitimacy for any decision in society. Either you say that you are representing God, in the grace of God, you are ruling the country, and you cannot dispute that. Or you say that it's equal people who are constituting all decisions, and if 50 years ago we adopted a constitution, it doesn't mean that you cannot change a constitution a certain way. And I do believe that there is some common sense in most societies, though sometimes some of the results we see is not necessarily supporting this idea. No. And then not necessarily will death penalty come back even in the United States, whose president-elect cannot be mentioned now. Yeah.
Era un ejemplo muy extremo, Pablo?
That was an extreme example. That example that you proposed as the devil's advocate is very good, because that is an example that I find on my daily basis in the political debate amongst political representatives. In the city hall in Madrid, we can hear about that. Even if you were speaking in an extreme way, that happens. Those are real arguments that people use against direct democracy. Some people say that we are too irresponsible, and that if we... Well, maybe I didn't talk about giving decision to people, but we create a party which is a platform, and you assume as a program what people are promoting or advocating for. No, yes, don't worry, I understood what you wanted to say. The thing is that what happens is the opposite. In history we have seen once and again, and I don't want to say, well, there is a scientific study which says that, well, there are hundreds of scientific studies that show that direct democracy systems respect more minorities. Once and again, people say that we people are going to end up being crazy proposing initiatives that go against human rights, but bad decisions, such as here in Spain, I don't know if you know, but here we have many airports for pedestrians, which were opened, but where there have never been one single airplane. Or on walls, there are knives to prevent people from jumping those walls. So irrational things or decisions being made by politicians in their offices. And the two initiatives that we are going to be voting about are going to be about environmental sustainability and public transportation. So if we go to Switzerland or to Germany, in Germany there are states where there are people's initiatives and others where there are not, and in the US the same. So we could compare results in one place and the other. And like that, for instance, we will be generated less debt. People are always going to be voting in favor of reducing taxes, but that is false. When we go to facts, the reality shows the opposite. Politicians, when they are at the end of their mandate and when they think that they are going to be losing elections, they start, expending lots of money and they get indebted. And when people can make direct decisions about money, about their money, they end up making very rational decisions.
Well, it's exactly the same case. The same arguments existed when the European Citizens Initiative was introduced, saying it will be manipulated by anti-European actors and it will be misused. Reality has shown that this is not the case. They have all been positive, all pro-European. Some of them express opinions that maybe the institutions do not support, such as there's been one initiative against abortion, but these are not anti-European illiberal positions. These are part of a democratic opinion. And it's also the referendums that have happened regarding European issues at the national levels in the past 50 years, they have as a majority been pro-European and strengthening European integration. And so the argument is wrong, saying that if you give people this right, they will destroy what we have built up.
Nos queda un cuarto de hora.
15 minutes for the floor, so please let's try and be specific.
One remark. The question would be on representation, because this was mentioned in on the floor several times. What representation do you mean? Is representation just to be elected, and every decision after the election is representative? Or does representative mean more in the social science mean? That means you have a small sample, and the quotes of the sample, you mentioned the cake, are the same in the sample as in the big electorate. This is two different expressions of representation. And I'm a politician myself. I'm elected in a local parliament, and I know that some 1,000 people elected the lists where I was written on, but I never know what they really mean. I do not feel representative. I know I'm elected, but I'm not representative. I give my personal opinion in this local council, but not more. And I hope after the time they will see and say, yes, it's okay or not. But it is not representative. And in Austria we had an enquete, and the vice chair of the parliament, the vice chief of the parliament said, direct democracy is there to make the indirect democracy more representative. And I prefer the expression, and we always use it, indirect democracy, not representative democracy, because it's misleading. And then a second question I have to mention, because I'm from Austria, we have a presidential election since 1 year. First, it failed because there have been some mistakes of the persons controlling the election, the outcome. You mentioned the ballot sheets and who is controlling them, and this was not done at the right time. They did it on Sunday, and they was not only allowed to do it on Monday, etc., etc. So the Constitutional Court decided to repeat the whole election. Yeah. And then the next problem, and you now talked a lot about the digital problems, but now I'm talking about paper. The paper didn't work in Austria. We hadn't enough safe paper for the next time, because they broke up by themselves. On the postal way, they broke up, and so we have a next delay. And the next election is in 2 weeks. So even in Austria, there's now a discussion if we can, if we can trust democracy on the postal and paper way, because it doesn't work 2 times now. Thank you.
Well, that is a proof for the need for digital ways of voting.
So we are really about representation, and to us, it's really, on one question, we want to have the opinion of the general population. But not just, so if you take the general population on an expert question, they might not know, as we've seen. Some people don't know what negative campaigning is. It's normal. But the thing is, we choose one sample, one group of people who are representative, who every member of a group of citizens will be represented in this smaller group. And we ask them to choose, but we give them time to get information and resources. Well, here we had 2 days. I'm sorry about that. I'm all for the Global Forum 217 lasting 200 days, but I think that might be a bit expensive. So representation to us really is having at one point a picture of the population as a whole and their opinions, and not for 4 years one person being elected maybe because they're white and a man in our countries.
Stefan, después Pablo, y después la siguiente pregunta, y si les pediría...
Stefan, Pablo, yes, please try and be brief.
This is a very scientific way of looking at it, right? So you take a statistical sample, a representative sample, and then these people are voting. They should have some kind of volonté générale or whatever, so that should lead to a better result. I have some doubts regarding acceptance of this voting mechanisms and the results, but for me it's rather important that we have a very big diversity of voices that are heard in a process, in a democratic process. And it's not important that everybody is thinking in a volonté générale manner, but you can also just have your opinion and say what is good for you. And if we control for it by giving as many people a voice that we can, then it's actually doesn't really make a difference, right?
Pablo?
Yes, so I think, this is my personal opinion, but I think that we are living in a myth. Representation is a myth. I'm a political representative. I ran for elections and won the election. I don't represent anyone. It's impossible for me to take millions of people and represent them, and not in one thing, but in everything. About abortion, about frontiers, about money, it's impossible. It's a myth. But we need to believe a myth not to make the revolution. So in a way, we need to find out ways to control that reality, that is that it's impossible for a small group of people to build the volonté populaire or general will. So one of the things that because this makes me very anxious, right? This is a crazy thing. But what makes me calm down is when I think, okay, I'm not here to represent anyone. It's impossible for me to represent millions of people, but I can try to build mechanisms so that they can represent themselves and try to work so that they can make the participatory budgets, the people's initiatives, and so on. They can take more and more species from representatives to the people. And that makes me happier.
Ya había una pregunta.
Sí, agradezco.
Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you for the effort you are making to open up this digital way towards modern direct democracy. But I am very concerned about the digital divide, the digital gap. But digital divide and also the gender divide. I am a woman, but this also makes me think about the generational gap. So I am a woman and I am over 70 years old. Which is the next step? Well, I have not seen in this effort, I have not heard you talk about education. How are we going to be educating population? Because as you know, our society is aging, yes. Well, how are we going to be educating people above a certain age? Because for us it is difficult. It is true that we are not digital natives, so how are we going to be educating people my age? Here comes my question. What are we going to do, or what are you doing to try and solve these divides, these gaps? Thank you. There, another devil's advocate, this lady. What's your name, ma'am, please? Sylvia. Okay, Sylvia, thank you very much for your question. Let me tell you about something that has happened in Madrid. I think that she's saying that she has an iPad and a computer. Yes. Yes, well, yes, I understand what you mean when you talk about that divide. You have the gender divide, the age divide. In certain cases, you know, that implies that there are also going to be other gaps or other divides in terms of income. Well, in Madrid, when we wanted to implement direct democracy mechanisms, the first thing to establish was the register, a registry. We didn't have an electoral registry, so we went to the city register. I mean, if you live in a city, you are going to be in that registry, in the electoral register. So we decided to use the electoral register because there, you know, anybody living in the city is included within the electoral register. But what happened? We found out that there were thousands of people who were not in that register. Why was it so? Because they were homeless. They did not have an address and they were not there within that register, so they were automatically excluded for any process. You know, that layer of population who needs emancipation, they were not there. So the very first week, we decided to open up a bureau, a department, to try and improve the integration, to try and solve the situation. So we have been working with different collectivities, and those collectivities are making proposals. Not us politicians, but we wanted you people to tell us how do you want to participate and be engaged. And in that specific case, in the case of people who were not on this register, on this electoral register, we found out, because they told us, that if they were not there, it's because they thought that since many of them were illegal, or many of them were in, living at other people's apartments, they were afraid of being arrested by the police, because, they were afraid of that situation. So we defined another mechanism so that these people could be on the register. They just had to go and contact the social services without talking to the police departments. So what was the result? All those people who did not exist for the administration, who could not participate in those direct democracy processes, but who were not right to benefiting from the health services, now, we have been able to integrate thousands of people who were into those pockets of exclusion. So this is just an example about how the generational gap dividing you and me, that can be overcome through these mechanisms, because now we can sit together and say, well, why do we have this divide, this gap? How can we overcome it? Well, I don't know if I made myself clear.
Thank you very much, Sylvia, for this question, and I'm happy to give you some concrete examples, but I would like to skip any long answer to that so that there is this little time left is for you, not for us. Thank you.
Me voy a saltar la ronda final, creo que es más...
Well, I think that it is more important to give the floor to all of you. Yes, that gentleman with the blue suit.
How Pablo has already answered. I wanted just to say that I'm very much disturbed when I hear that the digital divide is not an issue. Because even if 1% or even if one person cannot vote, that's, to me, it is an issue in democracy. But then you answer that you are trying to solve that, and that I like it. But never say, please, that digital divide is not an issue, because even if one old person or one just person cannot access his computer, to me is discrimination, and then it is an issue. But thank you for your last answer.
Una última pregunta por este lateral.
The very last question here in this area. We are talking a lot about the crisis of representative democracy, but we have not said that this crisis in terms of representative democracy comes as a result of the cutbacks, but as a result of the lack of monitoring or control. So how are we going to be monitoring or controlling the impartiality of these platforms? These platforms should be impartial. And how is that going to be monitored? Yes, and if they are not impartial, there should be transparency, and we should know also how they are funded. Yes, I don't know if maybe Gisa wants to say something, that we did not need regulations.
Your platform, which you might have been referring to, is an initiative. It is not yet an existing reality. So there are a number of things which are being developed, and a bunch of innovations on the top of those 7 which are there are being developed. And we are not alone with this, because there are a lot of bright ideas, not just along this table, but beyond that, which can be used exactly to secure the concerns which you have.
So I understand your hesitation. I would also hesitate to run a platform where I have to promote and support issues that I find very problematic. With the European Citizens Initiative, we will support whichever initiative is registered, because first of all, it's a democratic opinion. Second of all, the Citizens Initiative process has a judicial review at the very beginning, so there are already certain topics are filtered out, and we will support with the same means every initiative that is placed on the register.
So I tried to answer this question a little bit before already. It's a lot about decentralization of the whole process. So this should be platforms that don't have any central entity controlling the platform. So if you have a moderator, for example, on a platform, this should be a community elected moderator, so that the community is in charge of what's happening on the platform. Look, okay, there is technology that has to be built by someone, and you can say, I distrust this technology, but then there it's about transparency. If you build something today, an open platform, you put the code on GitHub, for example, which is a place where you can store code, where people can access the code and see what's in there, right? This is nothing that is a black box. So it's all about creating trustworthy places where people can deliberate and that are actually decentralized and community-based and not sponsored by any certain party or company.
Lamentablemente hemos consumido.
Sorry, we have no more time. I know that you were raising your hand. I need to give some final seconds to Nicolas, I think, Nicolas, and that will be the end.
My colleagues managed to fix it. For anyone who can't vote on their phone, vote like that and it works. It's ridiculous. If anything goes wrong, you can come see me. If you don't have internet access, you can come and ask me to vote for you or to check the system. Don't forget to vote. It ends tonight. And don't forget to give feedback, because we have seen there are some problems. We want to make it better.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please stay 1 minute here. I have some important announcements, and please just stay. Now, we have lunch downstairs, and we have now already come a long way on our global forum. We have done a lot of work. We have gone through many panels. Now we will have really 2 sessions of workshops, 15:30 to 5, and afterwards until 6:30. So this is a very intense and very important time, because tomorrow morning we will have short time for reporting back. We want to gather all moderators and chairs of the workshops at 15:15, 3:15 at the Salon Petit. That's one of the workshop rooms downstairs. So please, all 8 moderators come there so we can prepare also for the reporting afterwards. I would also like to remind you about tonight's session at La Perla. From 7 o'clock we will discuss specifically about Swiss inputs and ideas regarding direct democracy. You are most welcome. There will be drinks and some food as well, and bring your card with that. And also very important, tomorrow morning we want really to work forward. We want to look forward. We want to work on the declaration. So please be here tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Daniel. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, so we can start. We don't lose time, because after lunch or after we end, people will have to leave, so we need this time tomorrow morning. Thank you very much to the panel here. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Daniel ungeduldig wird.